Okay, so we got to take a second to talk about this corporeal life form guy. In my life, I have never seen more shit takes ever. The mouth breathing pulled you into a scene. I mean, what is happening with this guy? What is happening here?
Have you even read the fucking book, Nerdporial?
Being out of touch with reality the last several minutes has made humanity as a whole dumber than these book-burning shills.
How does he call himself a Wheel of Time fan? I mean, how slow does this dude read? He's been reading The Shadow Rising for about 2.5 years.
Fuck.
You Chicago dipshit motherfucker.
Get over yourself.
What is going on?
Last time on Revisiting the Wheel of Time.
I'm getting close. We're getting close to the finish line here. So
Yeah.
So after this, one more stream, and then that's gonna be it. That's gonna be Shadow Rising. So
Yeah.
I do want to talk about the chapters before that, but that'll be during our tutorial this week. So I can't wait to talk about that. So
Yeah, that'll be fun.
about the foreshadowing in this book. So they got the.
Actually, I'm gonna challenge you on this one because I think you probably have these.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not thinking about it right now. So
Challenge accepted.
yeah.
Bullshit yet? Oh wait, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah, she's like I'm going to take every last scrap from you.
That
from this Swan. Every last scrap.
That non-black guy compulsion. It's like, oh, sorry, my bad.
I keep forgetting it's called compulsion. I keep calling it mind trick.
It's like using a curse in Harry Potter, I would assume. It's like, nah, it's okay. I used it for good.
Can't wait to finish this. Hopefully the ending will be just as good as the first 3 books. And I know the endings. They're not going to all converge in one place like they usually do. So I'm curious how that's going to play out. But yeah, I can't wait to finish it. Hopefully they'll be page turners
Right now, and it just kicks off. I just this is such an incredible series. The first 6 books, 7 books, whatever, I can't remember. They're just balls out awesome.
And now the continuation. And now the conclusion.
I'm a man of Manethrin, and I approve this message.
What is, like, what are we doing? Like, what is happening?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the final Shadow Rising book club stream for Revisiting Wheel of Time. And once again, everybody, I appreciate you being here. So Nathan is not going to be here tonight. Prophet may be a little late. We'll see. But we do have some additional guests here. So I want to begin by welcoming back for the first time for the Shadow Rising, the one and only from down under himself, Aldan. What's up, Aldan?
G'day, nerd man. Not much, mate. Very excited to talk about the ending of this book.
So have you finished the book with your son?
Nah, man. He's been where is he? He's still in Tanchico. So yeah.
Oh, he's in Tanchico? Okay.
He's in Tanchico. Yeah. He struggles to get through the girls because he really doesn't care about them. So,
yeah, let's just say this one was like I like the initial setup for Tanchico, but we'll get into it. We'll get into that. So, Aldan, thanks for being one of the many mantras of me getting through the Shadow Rising. This one was a rough one for me, but you guys like the series for a reason. I can't wait to ask you guys questions and understand the writings and the reasons of Robert Jordan and everything. So, Aldan, thank you.
No drama.
And then next up, another mantra to answer even more questions. The expert, the book cloak expert himself, Dane. What's going on, Dane?
Hey, Brian. Thanks for having me, bud.
Yeah, thanks for doing this. I literally asked you today, so I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if you couldn't do it for reasons, but
I was kind of like, do I really want to get on a 5-hour stream with Brian again to cover 3 chapters of this book? But
I assure you this will not be 5 hours.
Let's go a little bit faster this time. Although that was pretty epic the other time.
It was, but there was a lot to talk about. I mean, those 2 chapters, 25 and 26, were very like they're the reason why they're a big reason why, like, especially in the midpoint of the book, they're the reason why I kept going. They're a big reason why I kept going and everything. Like, great. It was some really great world building and some great weight.
8 different POVs. All kinds of threads leading into each of them about Aiel culture, both kind of what's been hinted at and what's going to go forward. But
it's what made the Aiel. I mean, those 2 chapters are the only chapters that really made the Aiel interesting for me. The rest of it,
Avienda doesn't really do a good job at it.
No, Avienda. I mean, Avienda is a very annoying. I mean, she's hot, but she's very annoying. And I accidentally found out things that are going to happen in the next book. So. Yeah, that's what happens when I try to look some stuff up.
At the same time, the section we're covering tonight, I mean, you finally understand why Dane Bornhold is truly the greatest character of the book series.
I'll be honest, that's the one issue I have with the parent stuff. I love the parent stuff. Like, the parents have had so much emotional weight to it. Like, oh my God. But like, the one thing I just felt should have been different, but then there's probably reasons why, Robert Jordan, did what he did. I was expecting more things from the White Cloaks than what we actually got. So, but we'll get to that when we talk about it. So Dane, thanks for being here. And I don't want to keep the guy that's been helping me carry these all these Shadow Rising streams. Alex, where are you? There you are. What's up, Alex?
I'm doing well. I'll be honest. I heard helping you carry these streams, and I started looking around for Nathan. I guess you were referring to me.
Well, you've been a big help, and like I've forgotten like what happens in some of these chapters, and it's just I've been a little more detached than usual in my read. So you've kind of helped carry the stream along. So appreciate you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And Aldan, as far as your son goes, in that aspect, same, bro. Same.
Yeah, I've told him he's not alone. Don't worry about that.
And I want to say hello to the chat right here. So obviously, we have the salty traveling sea. Thanks, man. Definitely watch if you like Doctor Who, and you're not happy with Doctor or the thing that calls itself Doctor Who. Definitely watch his content. He's been growing. He's been killing it. And then we got
rushing it. That content is great.
Yes, I totally agree. LPK, literacy was a mistake. What's up, LPK? And then we got Trip, and Trip says Chicago has been infiltrated by White Cloaks. I don't think there's any white. I mean, I'm not a White Cloak. I I don't. I associate myself with white cloaks. I don't say. I don't know. I'm not. Shut up, Brian. Shut up, Brian.
Yeah, you're like Florin Gelb.
Yeah, Florin Gelb. Oh my God, that part. Every time I think about them trying to kidnap Nynaeve and Elaine, I think of the Three Stooges. They take those staves, and then you hear the Three Stooges sound effects every time they hit them. Like that. That's why I was hoping for an eye poke too. So we got Staple Bow here. What's up, Staple Bow? Hail. Oh, we got a Lord Captain Commander Dunn. What's up, friends? What's up,
man? Dunn?
Speaking of Dunn, I just picked up a couple of your books on Amazon. Starting to read through some of those.
Oh, really? What? I'll have to send them to me. I'll check those out. So,
yeah, he's got a couple new ones coming out.
Oh, cool. All right, and Low Spec Linux Laptop. Thank you all for being here. All right, so let's get this party started. So so I'm gonna do what I don't know if I did this last time, but since we're there's 3 storylines going on. I'm gonna split everything up by storylines, not go chapter by chapter. So let's get the best out of the way first. Let's get Tanchico out of the way. Oh, okay. Sorry, that was being facetious there. So
we'll sleep through this, mate. I don't know what you expect everyone to.
All right. So chapter 50. So we're gonna skip to chapter 51 here. So Revelations in Tanchico. So apparently they have Chinese food now in Tanchico, and they have chopsticks. Like I was literally like, I'm just like, really? Sursa is basically chopsticks and all that. And they're having a hard time eating it.
Mm. So what they mention is that the technique for eating it with chopsticks comes from Eridomon, which is the country to the north.
Yeah.
But this is the wonderful thing about what Robert Jordan was deliberately doing with all of his cultures, is he was taking 2 or 3 or more things from existing cultures and mashing them together.
I mean, he's basically said, like, because the United States and America, like a mixture of all things from all parts of the world, I think is what Robert Jordan himself is quoted saying.
A common one that a lot of people point out is Kyrian gives off kind of Marie Antoinette, royal French vibes.
But I think some Italian too, right? Some Italian intrigue too.
Kyrian is generally
French and then some Japan.
Yeah.
But
what Shinar was more Japan.
More like the Mongols.
More Bushido. So there's different elements even from within cultures. But one of the things that Eridoman, what do we know about them? Their women have coppery skin. They wear slutty, skinny dresses that are like super thin and almost like see-through. But they also have Chinese food.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Tyr, like oily pointed beards and horses, that's definitely Spain. But they walk around with Asian peasant hats, with like the conical hats and whatnot. So he's deliberately blending elements from different cultures all over the world in order to try and create something new.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
So this is just a tiny little thing, but I like the little Sursa chopstick thing here.
I like how you said Damani, because for a second I thought you meant Damani, as in the one the channelers. So this is getting a little confusing. Or is it Domani, or is it Dama? I mean, I don't know.
To be honest,
Damani and
until I did the audiobooks, I always thought that the Damane, the Shanshan Damani, were Daman.
Yeah,
the E wasn't pronounced.
I used to call them Domain, yeah.
Because yes, it's very confusing if you're talking about the Domani as a people and the Damane as a class of enslaved channeling women.
Okay,
I got it right. I think you hit that last vowel set is the one you use to differentiate it.
Okay.
You just can't drink, because if you start slurring your words, it becomes indecipherable.
Now you understand my problem.
Yes.
I have a question here.
Yeah.
Do we ever get to see firsthand, or is it just always, like mentioned, the war between Eridomon and Terabon? Like, is that gonna be something in a future book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There's actually a very fun, long-running thread. It ties around a character that might have already been named already, but his name is Rodel Ituralda. who's one of the great captains. But a thing that starts happening in the later books is that the prologues get very, very long, and the prologues are where Robert Jordan touches up like in short little bits with a number of the secondary characters. So
isn't like the prologue supposed to like if I remember correctly, it's I know it's different for each series for each author, but the basically the purpose of a prologue is just to give additional information that wasn't initially written, I think.
Yeah. Well, I think
I think prologues and epilogues are written after the fact, right? Usually.
So what you see in Wheel of Time, it's you can look at the evolution of the prologues throughout the series. So the very first prologue is short and sweet in its Dragonmount. The prologue for the second book is the man who called himself Bors. There's kind of a continuation in book 3, The Dragon Reborn, because it's all kind of white cloaks and it's touching in with Pedron Nile as well as Jacob Carradine.
I love that prologue. That was I loved all the prologues in the series so far.
Now, here's the thing. I don't think The Shadow Rising has a prologue because it starts with Min.
Yep.
But it felt like a prologue though, because it covered Min, it covered Elida, Dane, and
but it's all kind of
High Lady Suroth.
Geographically linked, other than Suroth. You're right. But what starts happening later in the later books is the prologue keeps getting longer, and I think by the end of like Crossroads of Twilight or Knife of Dreams had like 100-page prologue.
But it was just Crossroads is 13% of the entire book.
Yeah, it's touching base with all the secondary characters that don't get their POV chapters, but they'll get like 3 pages in the prologue. So you'll touch in with Dane Bornald. You'll touch in with this guy named Rodel Ituralda. You'll touch in with other characters that you haven't met yet, and you'll just get like brief updates. Oh, okay, where are they now? And then the main body changes. So what I'm saying. Sorry that this has taken now 7 minutes to answer your question. Yeah, you do get to see some fun stuff between Eridomon and Terabon, but it's largely this storyline with Rodel Ituralda. But it's some people's favorite, at least prologue bit going forward.
Well, they're wrong. The Galad distributing out justice is the best prologue.
That is by far the best prologue. Galad.
But that's not the whole prologue. That's only part of that one.
Doesn't matter.
I know.
Anyway,
so
go ahead.
Some of them have pretty cool names too, like embers falling on dry grass.
So to move this forward, they met Egion in the last chapters that we covered. So what I think is funny is Bael Domon shows up and recognizes Egionin from The Great Hunt, and I actually liked how I had to actually go back and check, because I was like, where have I heard Egionin? Was she in chapter 1 with the Lady Suroth? Because she's Sean Chan, and then when I realized, oh wait, she was in The Great Hunt. I didn't know that, so I thought that was a fun little thing to go back to and look at the Sean Chan chapter from that book. But I like how Bael Domon recognizes her, and there's like a little fight, and Bael Domon wins, so you know it's not going to be in the show.
Yep.
Am I right? Am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Not wrong about that, mate.
Well, skipping ahead a little bit, like Bael Domon and Egionin get tasked to basically drop something in the ocean. Well, they already did that in the show. It was supposed to be the seals of the Forsaken. So they're not covering that twice. Bael Domon's probably done with in the show. But anyways.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Now, Brian, here's a fun little question I have for you on this chapter. But do you know why Elaine has so much trouble with her veil?
I think we talked about this last time, because she can't shut up.
No.
So it keeps, or she has her nose up. Yeah, that's right.
Nose in the air all the time. But the chapters from her point of view, Pips pointed this out to me ages ago or whatever, but I after so many reads, I never got into it. But you put an Elaine chapter in here, they're wearing the veils because they're trying to be like incognito and like going local or whatnot. But she's the only one that apparently has trouble breathing in her veil all the time. And she has no idea why. But the only explanation is she's got her nose in the fucking air all the time.
He
Great.
calls the chapter Veils. He calls the chapter Veils. Which is even funnier. It's just hilarious.
Man wrote a 7,000 word chapter for that joke alone.
Oh my god!
Nobody got it. I would have been furious as an author.
But okay, but anyway, all I'm saying is yes, like a lot of people, Aldan, your son might be one of them too, struggle through the Elaine, Nynaeve, any kind of the girls chapters.
Oh, yeah,
But these are the little gems that you have to find eventually in order to appreciate it. So that's what I'm saying. If there's a stretch of the books you might not like, I'm like, maybe there's something really subtle that you missed. What was going on here?
Yeah.
Like the 7,000 word chapter that's just a joke at Elaine sticking her nose in the air.
Yeah. So that was actually fun. That was fun to learn last time. So just to keep going. So apparently there's been riots going on, and so apparently Tom and Julian. Here's the thing. I'll say that. I'll just get this off bat. I said this to Nathan on Friday. I really wish there was a Tom point of view chapter in Tanchico. I wanted to see what I thought they were setting up in chapter 13, the rumors chapter with him and Moraine, which was a great chapter. Like I love that chapter where he's like, he's like, I know this about you, and Moraine's like, well, I know this about you. And she's like, well, you got, if you go with Elaine and protect her, because you know how to do, Deus Damar and all that stuff. I can give you the names of the Red Sisters that were responsible for your nephew and everything. So I thought that was a great chapter. And I was hoping to get a chapter where he would be like, here, just like, warding off, assassination attempts against Elaine and Nynaeve.
Yeah.
And we didn't really get that.
So there's a long running tradition in the series where Tom Maryland's coolest stuff is all off screen,
off page.
Like you never get to see Tom go John Wick on in
King Galdrin.
And I was thinking about that because I did, that was one complaint I have of The Great Hunt. I think they could have done it from the king's point of view, and then we find out that the king is a dark friend or
he wasn't
being blackmailed or something, and then a shadow spawn kills the king and not Tom. And Tom has to get the hell out of there. Everybody thinks he did it.
Tom totally killed him.
Tom totally killed the king.
All right.
Gave no fucks.
But, okay. Tom could have threatened the king, snuck in, like usual.
Nah, he needed to kill him.
Man needed to die.
Man needed to die.
He did.
Yeah.
His girlfriend. Yeah, he earned it.
So I like how so now that they all know that Egyanan is now Sean Chan, I like how Nynaeve just keeps calling her Sean Chan and just being mean to her. I think that's I actually don't know. I actually like that. I don't know why. Maybe I don't like Egyanan. I don't know. They found her. I guess they found her too trusting. I'm like, why are they finding her so trusting? Like they're in trouble, and then someone who they don't know just comes and saves them, and then they.
That's part of the joke. Is one of the other jokes that's happening is
they are so
Nynaeve
bad.
And Elaine are terrible spies.
They are the worst. They are the worst.
The entire sequence that's happening here is Tom and Julian are just doing everything, like carrying the team on their back, keeping them safe, and like handling all the business. And the girls are just dumb about it. Like they don't even realize that the team is being carried by these two, and they're acting like they're big shots.
So they get local dresses, right? So they're wearing the Henchikan garb and putting on the veils and whatnot, but they get silk. But if you're rich enough to wear silk, you'd be in a sedan chair. But they didn't want to be in a sedan chair and be like floating above everyone. Thought that they would blend in better by staying on the street. So instead, they just look out like a sore thumb throughout all of it. And it's just, it's going over their head. They don't understand it whatsoever. And
which is how it should be. To be fair, right? It's how exactly it should be. Because like Elaine's like whatever. She has book knowledge of all these places, but she's been pretty sheltered. And you've got Nynaeve, country bumpkin, who thinks she knows everything. So that's how it should play out, right? They should be making these.
Think of a man, take away reason and accountability, and that's what you have right there.
Yeah, so apparently, so again, it ends up explaining herself to Nynaeve. They're looking for, Soldam that have left or escaped from Falm. And they're like, well, I think they say Soldam can also channel too, or something. Adam will hold them too. And we find out that that girl that she was holding in her basement, was it Bethamin, was let go. Yep. I'm wondering I wonder if this character is going to come back. That just like they establish her and then there's this off screen. Oh, just let her go. So
yeah, there's a couple of names just to like pencil away and save for later. But it was Renat and Seta and Bethamin, and there was another one, Alwyn. But this is the conspiracy that goes at the heart of the Shan-Chan kind of culture and empire, is that if they realize that the Soldam can channel, or those are the ones that can learn to channel, whereas the Damane are the ones that have the spark born into them and would channel one way or the other. Well, turns out all your Soldam are just walking time bombs. If that's how you view people who could channel, they'll be able to start doing it on their own, and the whole power structure behind the empire will crumble.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of well done, a nice little secret, but at the same time, this is a deep plot point. So that this you'll learn about here, and it's going to disappear for a couple books and won't come back for a while.
Okay, because I was just like, what is this major evil, this darkness in Tanchico that everyone was so afraid of in the beginning of the book? Well, I'm not sure. If it was Moghedian, then I'm be like,
no.
I didn't think so.
It's not Moghedian, but if you want to skip ahead, I don't know if you've got treatments that you want to bring up on these other Tanchico chapters, but we can tell you exactly what it is.
This is practically 50. Yeah, so 51's practically done. They go to, I think Nynaeve goes to Teleron Riyadh, I think, and then so
he goes to talk to Egwene. And I don't mean to say that not a lot happens in 52, but she and Moghedian have their first tar fight, and Brigitte helps her out.
Yeah.
Tar for Teleran Riyadh. I don't know if we've introduced Brian to all the lingo that we have.
Oh yes,
I like how Nynaeve talks to Amis and Bear, because they meet with Egwene, and they exchange, I believe, they exchange information or something, and they're like, oh, I have to go. They have to find out whether or not the Panarch Amathera is a dark friend or not. So obviously, we find out she's not a dark friend. She's actually being I forget. She's like being like, I think she was tied with a weave or something, and everything.
Yeah, and made to sing songs and eat ice peppers and do a whole bunch of other.
Yeah, she's
kind of semi-torturous things, but yeah.
So she's being tortured by the Black Aja Tamail Kinderode. So. And then I think she basically goes and sees, hey, this is the Terang Grial that we're looking for, the bracelets and the collar for the man. I forget what they call it. And
in the fandom, they're either called the sad bracelets, because that was the emotion that Nynaeve found, when she was going through her Teleron Riyadh dream, using need to try and find what she needed to find.
She wanted, yep.
What she needed. She needed to find this, but it's basically a version of the Idom, but for a male, where there are two bracelets and one collar. Because what the bracelets are going to do is basically create a forced link, like an Idom is between women. But just from the linking mechanics that you'll later learn about how RJ establishes it, if there's ever a circle between a man and a woman, the man, I believe, leads by default unless he voluntarily gives that up. But if there's two women and a man, then a woman can lead it. So that's why there are two bracelets and one collar. But the ultimate danger is what they're establishing here. All right, here's a Terangrial. And with this, you could basically cage and trap the Dragon Reborn.
So, so just taking this a little bit back. So I was trying to understand this. I had to read this a few times. So all Nynaeve has to do, and this is what comes from the wise ones when she wants to appear somewhere and tell Iran Riyadh, is just to feel the need for it or something, or to just think about it.
It's what do I need rather than what I want? And this actually happens in a later book where they think that they need to go do something, and then they get driven to like a weird location. They're like, what the heck is this? And then they clue in, oh, we need to fix this problem. That's what we're tasked with. But that's a book 6 point.
I mean, it's similar. It's similar to book 1 as well, right? With finding the eye at the end of the day. It's similar to that, really, as well.
Thinking
I'll be honest, I haven't made that connection. That's a good call out, Elden.
Yeah.
So what Moraine was thinking about the need or something, or
need is the key to find the Shomesta, the Nim or the Green Man.
Yeah.
But that in part is probably because where the Eye of the World was set was, I believe, like a pocket.
I think it's a different dimension, right? Yeah.
That's what I think. But kind of quasi dream world. So
so it's like a shard or something.
A dream shard. So anyway, explanations come in and kind of try and retcon it after the fact as for what's going. But Aldan's making a very good point here. There is a Teleron Riyadh connection to the Eye of the World in terms of this need mechanic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, this is where Nynaeve breaks her. She notices the compulsion, right? Too, isn't it? Like in this. Yeah, because she can do that because she's in Teleron Riyadh. Is that correct, Dane? Like the reason she can see that happening and she gets those memories come back to her is because she's in a different.
Either that, or it's just force of willpower. Like there's an element of Moghedien underestimating Nynaeve that kind of runs through this book. But
yeah. But in this, when she notices the compulsion, like I think that she's like. It's because she's in Tar and she's seeing this or whatever. She's seeing this and she understands that it's. I think she understands. Isn't she like looking at Moghedien? She's like she understands that that's Moghedien, but she's not supposed to remember it or whatever, and she's not supposed to remember that person because it's in another dimension. So there's this like.
Yeah, she can see it,
and she manages with her willpower to push through that, and then it comes flooding back in or whatever, which is really cool. And they're very fortunate, by the way, that happened.
Yeah, the Moghedien is a scrub.
Yeah, just the fact that Nynaeve defeated her.
Moghedien is the weakest of the Forsaken and is far.
How is she a Forsaken? Like,
because she's smart.
Because
she's still truck in Teleron Riyadh and is vicious.
Even truck in Okay, so even more so than Lanfear.
Yeah. So Moghedien was kind of the Teleron Riyadh specialist, and she wasn't that strong, kind of in the real world.
Well, she still is stronger than any Aes Sedai except maybe Nynaeve. When you get into the power, I think she's power level 4 for women, and Nynaeve is power level 3 gets established.
She's about Egwene, I think. She's about Egwene.
No, Egwene's like an 8. Egwene and the Lane are at tier 8. So Moghedien's still more powerful than them. Not as powerful as other characters that come through. And obviously any Aes Sedai that's got hold of an Angreal would be above or beyond kind of Moghedien's tier. But I think personally, just to share this chapter where they're actually confronting each other, the part I love the most is that it turns into a staring contest. They're at least for someone who can't channel, right? So they're sending power and it's getting sliced with spirit and doing this weave and attack and they're straining. And then Robert Jordan goes out of his way to explain what would this fight look like to the person sweeping the hallway.
Yeah, the janitor.
What would the janitor see? It's like these
Okay,
two women just like staring at each other, sweating.
Okay,
Like,
I got a question about that. Are the weaves invisible? Are the weaves are not invisible to the channeler, right? Like they can see the weaves, but to a non-channeler, they're invisible.
Invisible. Yep.
Okay.
And for men and women couldn't see each other's weaves. So if a woman was confronting like back and forth, that would be a difficult fight either way, because you'd have to be anticipating what's coming. But the big anime fights are kind of in the head of a female channeler, being able to see what's coming at her and what she needs to do, and vice versa.
So the because I remember going all the way back to chapter 8 of this book, I think with when Egwene and Egwene's trying to teach Rand and everything.
Yeah,
Egwene cannot pick up anything Rand's doing, but I think Rand can pick up what they're doing.
He can
sense
feel
it.
Rand can sense it. Yep. And this is actually a very early hint that Rand can channel, going back to the Eye of the World.
Yeah.
But it's in this early chapter that Rand says, well, I feel goosebumps, right? He can detect the presence of a woman embracing Sadar. And it actually goes back to when Moraine heals Tam in the Eye of the World. If you read it very, very carefully, there's a line in there that he like feels goose flesh, or he basically his skin prickled. But that's a very early scene, and that's 3 books prior, Brian.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's true. So, and of course, the other thing that's revealed from by the way, we meet Gadel Kane too. So so we see
ugly one.
So I was like, first I hear his name. The first thing you guys say is they're going to combine Uno with Gadel Kane or something. Why? Because he's short or something.
Probably.
So one of the biggest jokes throughout the series is that Brigitte loves her ugly dudes.
Yeah,
like
it's
has
fantastic.
No interest in any no interest in Matt, no interest in Rand. She's looking for the ugliest motherfucker and just wants to ride him. And Gadel Kane is short, lopsided face, like missing an ear or something, and is just like the ugliest person in the entire world. But he's also a hero of the Horde, so they're spiritually connected.
And you say he's married to? Is he married to Brigitte or something? Or
they always find there's a thing. They always, whenever they get spun out into the world, he goes first, and then she's about to be kind of born, and they'll always eventually find each other. But they're never bored with memories of their past lives or whatnot. But they always end up kind of having adventures. She picks up the bow, he's got the 2 swords, and they are who they are. But what Alex is hinting at here is technically a semi-spoiler. But Brigitte does have an outsized role relative to Gadel Kane in the series. But we'll get into that in the next book. That's all.
Okay. And by the way, I want to welcome Whisker Fisherman TV, longtime supporter of Prophet of the Dragon. Want to welcome to the membership. He did this while watching some of my videos, so I guess plugging myself does really help. So here's a welcome. You guys hear a transmission? I think y'all hear a transmission for Fisherman. All right, welcome, Whisker Fisherman. Thank you for the support. We got Smart Muse here too. What's up? So what's up? All right. Because I'm doing this on Twitch or not Twitch, Twitter or X too. So people are coming in from X. So this is a very interesting thing.
That's awesome. That's the first time I've seen that actually work. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah.
Nice.
So notable channels. I don't know who you mean. All right. Because I'm seeing joined. I'm like, join what, like the membership, or just join? I guess just join the chat. I guess you can join the chat from there. I didn't know you could do that. So
yeah, that's awesome. I've never seen that either. That has to be new.
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing this every time, and this is the first. So okay, but yeah, let's keep this going. So the other thing that was learned in this chapter, or that was learned from Elaine, or not Elaine, Nynaeve learned in Teleround Riyadh, was that the person that's trying to get into Rhydion, trying to get past the fog is Asmodean.
Yeah.
So, I'm just curious, and I know that I'm going to have this. I might as well ask this question now. Why does Asmodean wait to try to get into Rhydion or something? Because he's trying to get in. So how does he get in when Rand is chasing him? Because he uses they skim through the voids and all that, and then he opens a portal and he's in there.
So what I think is going on, and happy for anyone in chat or any of our guests to correct me. It's very difficult to travel to a location that you don't necessarily know well. And by travel, it's like do a direct portal. Maybe he's scouting out Ruidian in Teleran Riyadh, because that could be possible if he's in the world of dreams and then he knows kind of, or what he's trying to do is search for a particular item. And you know what it is, right? It's the statuette for the Choden Call, right? If he has that, then he's basically got
you.
Honestly, I thought
he's unstoppable. Anybody who gets that, like, they're unstoppable. They have the most powerful device ever. So he will be in charge. So he's trying to find it, and his first method, because it's the dream world, because you know who he is now, right? He's Jason Natal.
He's Jason Natal. Yeah.
So he can't bug out and leave because people notice he's missing. So what is he trying to do? He's trying to find something in Ruidian in the world of dreams, because he can do that when he's asleep. But it seems that Ruidian is protected by the fog, both in the dream world as well as in the real world. But ultimately, why he goes to Ruidian skimming is a mode of transportation, magical transportation, where you don't need to know your beginning or end place very well. It takes more time. You don't get there as directly, but that's ultimately why he skims to Ruidian.
Okay. That answers that question then, I guess. So, but going back to Tanchico. So apparently, we learned quite a bit about. What they need to do. So now they make a plan to go. So like we said, the Panarch is not a dark friend. The Panarch's a captive. So they make a plan to get into the palace. So what do? Well, I think Tom starts a riot or something. They start a riot to get past Jacob Carradine and the White Cloaks. And so they sneak into the kitchen. They pretend they're serving girls or something. I like how the cook was like, "Hey, what are you doing? Get back here! You have to go deliver this to Lady Ispan or something." And I forget if they did something else, but they end up running from the cook lady.
Elaine gives her best curtsy. And because it's the curtsy that, like, cooks and servants or whatever gave to her at the palace, it gets interpreted as being mocking, because it's done too perfectly and too deep, such that the cook interprets that curtsy as being like Elaine is basically saying, "Oh, you're a high lady. Let me curtsy all the way down to my knees for you, my high lady," kind of shit. And then the cook basically chases after her with a spoon. So it's just great. It's like she's in her little bubble world. She knows what she knows, and then she basically gets everything fucking wrong. Elaine is the best character.
She's the best. She's funny. I like her. I'm with you. I'm on Team Elaine with you, Dane. I'm on Team Elaine with you. She's funny.
Team Elaine.
Not the best. Elaine is a divisive character, mate.
No, she's not. There's you two, and then there's the rest of the world. Anyway.
So, all right.
So me.
So our heroines. Excuse me. I can't be problematic about it. They split up. So Elaine and Egion go after Amathera, and Nynaeve goes after the bracelets, the Terangriel. So, so Amathera just gets they rescue her. I think they tie air or something. They tie air to forget her name.
Smail? Kinder Road?
Yeah, Kinder Road, and I guess they just leave her. I guess they just leave. They tie her up and they leave her. So I'm assuming she'll be back to torture some more poor bastards or something. Yeah. So they rescue her, and Nynaeve gets the sad bracelets, gets the sad bracelets.
Can we call it the male Adam? The sad bracelets.
The male Adam. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wiki.
No, the Wheel of Time FAQ from way back
I know
called them the sad
is,
bracelets.
I know that is the it just sounds ridiculous.
So sad. There's so much sadness in this.
So yeah, and we already talked about the fight, right? We already talked about the Moghedian fight. I forgot what did they even cast at each other?
They're
both trying to still each other, right?
No, they're trying to shield. So put a shield over each other.
Yeah.
So cut one off from the true source, and basically it's just Nynaeve is responding purely on instinct and just raw power and kind of weaves of spirit to sever anything complicated that Moghedian is trying to throw her way, back and forth. And then you get the moment there where Nynaeve thinks, oh my God, why is she monologuing? Why is she talking about Age of Legends and everything that they knew? Oh, it must be because I'm winning. And then just gets interrupted, I think, at the last minute by another of the Black Aja, who's got the dark black fluted wand that's almost impossible to control, and says, creates balefire.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Magic cannon.
Yeah, that thing's crazy.
Harry Dresden's blasting rod.
Yeah.
I love Brent. You're gonna find out what balefire does in like early in the next book, but we're not gonna wreck it for you. But the stuff's epic.
Okay. So I know it's supposed to be super, super duper destructive.
Well, you already know Bilal ate it at the end of the Dragon Reborn, because Moraine used balefire on it. Balefire seems to be the only thing that takes out the Darkhounds. Nynaeve apparently used it on 3 Fades. That was also in the Dragon Reborn, but kind of created it instinctually.
Was that balefire?
Yeah.
I thought they just burned them to a crisp or something.
Anytime they start talking about what essentially is a Kamehameha wave of like blue white fire that they blast at each other, it's usually balefire.
Okay. So does it stop at the target, or does it keep going past the target? So
you'll find out
if somebody is behind that. Okay. And I have to welcome my streaming bro. I think he can just let himself in. Just let yourself in, man.
All right.
Let yourself in. There you go. You still have the power.
Holy shit, man! He's got that beard going.
Yeah. Well, everybody tells me to keep the beard, so
keep the beard, man. Keep the beard. 100% keep the beard, mate. That's great.
Yeah, all right. Well,
I thought I had a shitty beard, but oh wait.
Yeah, I know it's pretty shit. I need to get it trained. I've been working overnight for 7 days straight, so that's part of why I'm late. So,
dude,
12 hours of overnight last night, so got home at 11. So
Steve, this is like the perfect time for you to jump in, because we're already wrapping up Tanchico. So
I thought we're finally done with the Wonder Girls. We're wrapping up the stream, so perfect time for you to. I was waiting. I was sitting there waiting for the Axel F stream, so I was in the wrong stream yard. Sorry.
He didn't. I uploaded it. I uploaded the video. Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw you upload it. I haven't watched anything. I've been working, so working and sleeping has been my life for like the last 5 days. So
I've been sleeping a lot myself.
I feel that.
But there may be a large influx of stuff on my channel here soon. We'll see.
Nice.
We'll see.
All right, I want to say hello to Rosie Stories. She's here too. Well, I shouldn't assume people's
So, you finished It just registered. You finished Tanchico. Fantastic. All
Yeah,
I don't gotta worry about that guy. We can talk about Perrin and stuff.
We already covered the veils that and Elaine having difficulty eating.
What about her trying to sleep with her dad?
That was in an earlier chapter.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Yeah, I forgot. I always just like to bring that up.
This is a thing for some.
That's a big Elaine L. I mean, I know there's a lot of Elaine supporters out there, but that's a big Elaine
apparently, it's just Eldan and myself.
It's just us.
Oh, is it just you two? Okay. My brother,
Team Elaine.
Apparently, Elaine's not divisive. It's just Eldan and me against the world.
So I have to.
That.
Well, but see, so now it's you and Aldan against the world, and then I can't wait to see Aldan and Alex go at it about Shalon. That could be. I'm just gonna sit here and be like, all right, I have nothing to say. I have no dog in this fight. But I do have to say, like, I told you I'd derail this, but my brother is like a huge Wheel of Time fan. Like, he got me into the whole thing, right? So like. The funniest thing, like, he went back and watched, it wasn't the tier list we did, like one of the first things we did, the character tier list with OBG70. Mike, if you're out there, dude, wherever you are, buddy, miss you. And he's like, he started a reread, and he literally started making a list of all the things that he hated about Elaine, and he couldn't understand how much Elaine loved. And I'm like, oh my god, the Dane and my brother epic stream would be the craziest freaking thing ever.
Item number one, her personality.
Oh boy,
it doesn't matter how much dumb shit Elaine does, mate. She still stands as the only character in the Wheel of Time to slap Egwene in the face. So
that's true. She also did kill hundreds of thousands of people, but that's.
In the Dragon Reborn, right? Was that the Dragon Reborn?
Backhanded her?
Yeah, no, wait, yes, no. I thought she slapped Nynaeve. She slapped them both, didn't she?
She slapped Egwene. She didn't slap.
Yeah, she slapped Egwene. I forgot what Egwene said.
You're telling me none of the wise ones ever backhanded Egwene?
No, they just made her feel stupid with words, I think.
I don't think.
And then switched her to in the back of the bum.
She got her ass whacked for sure, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same as like mid bitch rant, copping one right in the side of the face. Perfect.
You know what else happened over the weekend while I watched Gran Turismo?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with Wheel of Time, Steve?
Rand seemed more Rand in that movie than in the TV show.
I'll explain that to the boys earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about like
there was
Yoshi's
a moment
acting.
where he's like in being a complete asshole at like a sponsorship dinner or like a team dinner, and he gets pissed off and he hits the table. I'm like, where the fuck is this guy in my TV show? Like, it wasn't a good movie, but I mean that part was okay.
Did you like it? I liked it.
It was okay. It was
not,
like if you take Fantasyland out of it, like that guy's an actual race car driver. But
do you have any idea? Lady B is going to lose her shit when we watch that movie. Like, I've been months.
Dude, you have to do it. Just surprise it.
It's gonna be
surprise it. Just spring it on her random.
It's not the worst I've ever seen. It's like
because I've heard praise. I've heard praise for Gran Turismo.
Look. It was like a solid 6 for me.
Yeah. Okay. I'd get slightly high. Max loved it.
I mean, it's not, it was, I didn't hate watching it, but it's like, then you start thinking about, based on truth, and they try to make you think that this guy's an actual, like, good race car driver, and he's like never won a single race in his whole career. It's like, okay. that takes away from the movie for me, but that's
Anywho,
see, derailed. I told you.
I don't think there's much else to say about like the fight with between Nynaeve and Megenian. Like, just we know that there's the Terangrial is Quendiar, and apparently like it doesn't protect, like, so the taint still is in effect when the male channels with it on. And yeah, we learned quite a bit about Maggedian. Like apparently she was 200 years, and she didn't learn about the about those things until after she got unsealed or something.
Yep.
So yeah. So apparently, So apparently, Nynaeve basically manages to shield her and tie her up with air and all that, and then she's on the ground, and all of a sudden, Black Aja, Jean Cade shows up and takes out her fluted rod, because there's a lot of things that are described as fluted, nice little, grooved and all that, and balefire rod, and Nynaeve's just like, I gotta get the fuck out of the way. And I think they just vanish. It just, both the Black Aja and Maggedian vanish.
Maggedian doesn't want any more of it.
Yep.
Why doesn't
have we talked about the best tiebreaker in the series here?
What?
That Nynaeve and Maggedian are staring each other down, and they're evenly matched. So Nynaeve chucks the bracelet at her, and like,
oh yeah,
and then Nynaeve gets her, and like,
so just to disrupt her concentration. Oh Jesus.
Yep.
Oh, I just the only part of the scene that I was confused about is why Maggedian didn't turn into a spider and use her Spider Woman weaves.
I was curious about why
I mean, that would I would have figured that would have like beat any Balefire. She just needed Spider Weaver, but doesn't happen.
So baby,
love you, baby.
Derailed.
Anywho.
Yeah, well, we're practically.
That's gonna be Alex's line for the. And I'm gonna say something stupid, and Alex is gonna be like, "Anywho."
So apparently, the final chapter is just they escape. They manage to escape, and they take Amathera with us, and they throw her into the kitchens at the inn that they're staying at, so she can learn humility or something. I guess.
This is maybe like the capital exclamation point on the Nynaeve and Elaine are terrible at spycraft, because it's like
other than they always get caught.
Yeah, it's like and this is not the Panarch Amathera. This is a completely unrelated servant named Thera. Do not ask questions. I mean, it's like they couldn't even come up with a fake name for it. They literally just chopped the first syllable off of her name and said, "Yep, this is it." Right. This is not Steven. This is Steve. Completely unrelated to Steven. You've never heard before.
No.
Yes.
I have a beard too now, right?
So I forget how they get out of there. They meet up and then they get carried out of there, and there's like all Bail Doman's men are with her or something.
Yeah, they start a riot.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Tom and Julian get it kicked off, and then the White Cloaks and have to put down a riot, and they slip out the back.
Ah, okay.
The old riot destruction.
They're not being saved by anybody. They're doing it all themselves.
So apparently Amathera has agreed to stay in hiding so she can muster her own troops, so she doesn't have to answer to King Andric or something. I forgot. I thought it was Andric that wanted her installed as the Panarch or something.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
It's handshake politics or
who cares? Are inconsequential. Okay.
Look, we've spent 40 minutes talking about the Wonder Girls. We've spent far too much time on this topic.
Yeah. So the thing that they're going to leave off was, hey, we have this seal. We have the seal, the dark one, which was funny. I think it was like under like a holographic cloak or something like that, so people couldn't see that it was the actual, seal. But apparently, so Bail Doman is tasked taking the seal and the Terangrial, the sad bracelet or whatever.
Not the seal. The seal. The
seal's going to Tarvalon or staying with them. I forget exactly, because So they're gonna throw the ter'angreal into the ocean.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that things are not gonna go as planned in the next book.
Great plan.
Yes.
Or
I
in 3 books, the way the Wheel of Time is.
It'll come back.
Also, massive shout out to Nynaeve and Egwene for recognizing that, okay, the Forsaken are out. We have a method to control a male channeler. This weapon will not at all be useful in the future. If our side can use it, we should throw it away.
The story wouldn't work without them. The story wouldn't work without how stupid Elaine is, mate. So she's the best character.
Galaxy brain shit with these
Galaxy brain. Yeah, and they're just like, we're gonna go back to Tyr, or Nynaeve's like, I'm gonna go back to Tyr or wherever land is.
Well,
And that's
give it away too. It's just like immediately. It's like, oh, get rid of this thing.
Yeah,
it's like maybe you should keep eyes on the most dangerous thing in the world. Sorry.
Don't worry, Bail Doman's trustworthy.
I guess it's out of sight, out of mind. It's good, and I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine.
Of course it's fine. Of course it's
that's
fine.
not going to come back
What's
to
the
bite
worst
us
that
at
could
all.
happen?
So it's not like there's blockades and shit, or there's bad stuff doesn't happen in the ocean in the Wheel of Time.
It's a big ocean.
I guess the Spray is not an ocean ship, right? So he'll stay in the river. Nothing bad happens in rivers either. Oh, sorry. I'll be
all right. So, any other points on Tanchico that we haven't brought up?
3 of 10. Do not recommend.
Do not recommend. Okay. So
saved again.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I do have a question. So now with this whole Tanchico stuff done, why was the Lady Suroth portion in the first chapter?
Well, who do you think? Who do you think Bail Doman and Jeanin run into?
Oh,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. You mean in the future book, right? Not in this one. That's why I was wondering if maybe it should have been in the prologue of the Fires of Heaven.
No, if you're a very attentive reader, you would note where Suroth actually was. And it was like an island or area called Kenterin.
So
you would notice exactly where Bail Doman suggested to drop the Sad bracelet or the Bail Idom was off the coast of Kenterin. So if you were the hyper anal retentive reader that some of us were in the early days, you would have noted, wait a second, Bail Doman's going to be sailing into exactly where Suroth and the rest of the Shan-Chan retreated to.
I think that's probably also like stuff you sort of start looking for in rereads and stuff.
That's
I mean that's that's a hard one to pick up. Like I'm glad you said anal retent. Yeah, because that's one of those to pick that up first read. Like hell,
hard to be anal retentive if you don't have an anus.
Well,
I wasn't even sure. Like when I read that, I was looking for it on the map, but I didn't see it on the map. This island. Where exactly is it? Is it off the coast of Tanchico, or is it off the coast of Falm? Where is it?
It's beyond Tremalking, so it is off the map. But keep in mind too that the early books here, I think the Shadow Rising was the first one that came with a map in early editions.
Is it really?
Yeah, I got the book right behind me. I got Eye of the World right behind me, anyways. So.
It depends what edition it is.
Yeah, mine must be. I think mine went right to a map. So
Tremalking is all the way in the bottom corner, like right here.
This Eye of the World doesn't have a map.
Right here.
Yeah,
where thumb is.
Yeah,
beyond that.
Yeah, no map in Eye of the World for sure. So.
Okay. Do they ever go to Tremalking?
No,
maybe.
In an
read and find out.
Read and find out. Yeah.
I could. You never know.
That answers my question,
dude. What happened to your living room, Aldan?
It's got a pool in it.
Fucking remodel of the century. Holy shit, that was quick.
It's as hot as Hades. It's as hot as Hades here at the moment. It's beautiful, but
shut up! It was 5 degrees here today.
It's raining. Raining and coastal flood warning here.
Another day in paradise here, mate.
My Canadian
All right.
weather is actually better than Alex's Midwest weather at this point.
It's sure. I don't want to talk about it. Anywho.
All right.
There it is.
All right. So you guys ready for Perrin's arc here?
Oh, we're doing.
Oh, so good.
So the
I have to ask
time...
you a quick question though, real quick. This is for the. Do Elaine or Nynaeve at any point ever thank Julian or Tom either?
Huh?
Wait, what?
For saving them the million times that Tom and Julian saved their asses throughout the books. Do they ever thank them ever?
No.
Like that's not a spoiler.
They don't recognize that they saved them.
Yes.
Right. So okay. That's what I'm just saying. So that's 3 people that they've completely ignored, saved their asses. So okay. Just making sure. Just stacking up the points.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Okay. So we're back. So we're back in the the last time we saw Perrin, he made a deal with a certain Dane Bornhold. And like
True
they're
to
like
his word.
Yeah. If you help us handle one problem, I will go and I will offer myself up for arrest after the Trolloc issue is dealt with.
I don't know how Dane could trust a murderer, but
good point.
Excuse me. Yeah.
Oh,
Dane is
sorry.
such a stand-up. Dane is such a stand-up guy.
He said Dane is just a naive little ray of sunshine. He thinks he can trust the murderer who axed his father in the back. Oh, wait a second. I got distracted again.
No. It was in the chest and that was in the show.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay. All right.
What's funny is I have a bad feeling that Dane's going to still be a stand-up guy in the next season.
We're talking about noble Perrin who's trying to protect his loved ones and never did anything wrong. Okay, sorry.
Oh, that Perrin. Okay,
that
sorry.
Perrin. Okay.
Oh,
the one
okay.
that actually
not
stuff with
show
wolves.
Perrin who killed his fucking wife's fetus
and slept
his
with
wife.
Slept with his pet dog and. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So Aram is now basically, following Perrin wherever he goes. Even when Perrin tells him not to follow him, he still follows. He still follows him and everything. And I'll be honest, it does pay off. He does save Perrin in 56.
Well, there's more to come with Aram.
Yeah, Perrin and Aram slaps. That's
Aram's Aram's changes had a lot of weight to it. It was like once again a follow up to the whole Aiden and Lewin thing in the glass columns.
I almost think Aram's complete storyline is a lot more tragic than a lot of. It's the whole thing is just it's sort of sad.
We should wreck it here for Brian, but yeah, it's one of the heavier.
From start from start to finish. Yeah, it's pretty heavy, man.
And you got to think that whole storyline was probably somebody that Robert Jordan knew in Vietnam, and it didn't end well for the guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So either like the young idealist, I'm going to do this, and then he just like decides to do a 180 and turn it, and then just like exploring the depths that RJ never kind of got into, or basically was able to dig himself out. But Aram does not have a pleasant ending.
No, I think that's a very good point. That's got. I would assume that just the tragedy of the whole thing, right? I mean, we're getting a little ahead, but it's got to be. It's got that. There has to have some personal notes in there. That's. I think you're probably right, Dave.
Yeah.
Sorry. So all right. So then I'm even more. I mean, it's stuff like this that makes me intrigued now. Now, I'm not just saying this because I've read too much Game of Thrones, but like it just makes me more. I'm more invested in him based on what you are basically.
So Aram is a character where it's just like, all right, Perrin has repudiated what the Tinker philosophy is, right? The way of the leaf and all the shortcomings of it, and Aram embodies that repudiation even more than the Aiel, because Aram still dresses in the bright clothes and whatnot, but he's got a fucking sword. And the Aiel drew a line basically like, no, we use a spear because that can at least provide food for us or whatnot, but we'll never touch a sword. That is a device only for men killing men. So in a way, the Aiel are like, as long as we don't touch a sword, we're not giving into violence.
Yes.
Aram goes the complete other way and basically like, this is fucking bullshit. Everyone I love just got slaughtered. I couldn't do anything about it. I'm doing the opposite. And he chases down that rabbit hole, and what RJ's ultimately doing with, you'll see this where Aram goes over the books, is it's not a pleasant route. But what he does so cleverly is you're cheering for Aram right now, right? Aram's saving Perrin. Aram is the guy who's realized that the way of the leaf is bullshit. Aram is you're cheering him on. Like, you're going to Tam Althor to learn how to use that sword, and you're going to stick up for yourself, and you're going to save people. You're going to be a hero. That's what's being set up right now, and it ends.
Doesn't work out that way.
Very tragic way at the end, but I think done deliberately, and I think it's probably one of those storylines inspired by his own personal experience in Vietnam.
100% done deliberately, and it just, when you look back at it, like, I think we should probably but yes, Aram is tragic. We'll just leave it there. I mean, you'll have to keep reading to find out. It's pretty crazy. When you get into later books, and you think back to this moment, it's a bit of a mind fuck, because you're like, wow, damn, because
okay, all right,
Aaron's in for some shit. So
okay, I mean, this was one of the few that I really fell for. I mean, I thought this was done really well,
But what I will point out about these chapters, what is also so brilliant is, I don't think Aram has repudiated the Tuatha'an and the way of the leaf, but just remember, what are the Tuatha'an doing, or what is their role in the fight to come? Right? They're on the green with the children and the weak or whatever who can't fight, and if the worst thing happens, they're going to run into the woods. They're burdening themselves with little kids. They'd be able to run faster. They'd be more secure if they were basically just taking care of their own. But they are taking the children and at risk to themselves, going to fulfill that role. They can't fight. That's against their beliefs, but they can run. And they can provide some measure of security for the kids, if possible. So it's a different.
So not just their kids, but also the all the kids in the Two Rivers.
Yeah, in many ways, it's a reflection of sort of the conscientious objector aspect of war and combat. The other thing is, I also read this as a strong repudiation of, and I'm stealing that word, the helicopter parent, the overly involved, overly what's their word? The parent that puts a pad on everything so that their kid can't ever get hurt. When you look at sort of some of the overall themes of the books, I would say that I think there's a message here that boys are going to be boys. Boys are going to fight. And if you prevent kids and boys from fighting, the first time they're sort of away from the apron strings of their parents and are able to go out and actually sort of do what's natural to them and get in those fights and those conflicts and those disputes, bad things can happen. I don't know if you guys saw the thing on Twitter about the vegan cat who the owner went away and the vegan cat ate the hamster. But it's
a vegan cat.
Dude,
there was an SJW blue-haired chick trying to get her cat put down because the cat ate her hamster, even though she'd been.
Wait, she put the cat down? That's the natural instinct of the cat to eat.
I think the vet took the cat away from her.
Oh, good. Psycho. Put the woman down. Leave the cat alone.
that was my reaction.
The cat didn't do anything. Like the cat, you didn't leave the cat food. It gets hungry.
That was my reaction.
Come on.
But yeah,
put her down. Put her in a cage.
Yeah. So I don't know. I always have you know, as you guys talk,
my old
I
cat
keep
loved to
thinking-
eat grass, but she would always throw up afterwards.
Yeah,
Alex, finish your point, Alex.
I was just gonna say I was
Yeah.
kind of pictured Aram as a vegan cat who finally got to eat a bird for a while, and are we surprised that maybe he didn't necessarily know how to pace himself with
Well, yeah, but there's other factors too. But
There are
let's
other
not, let's not-
factors,
Let's not get
but-
too.
yeah, fair enough.
Dude, he gets fucking used and abused, man. But
Yep.
sorry. Moving forward.
Yeah, so we get and so okay, I got a question about. All right, I got a question about this. I'm so apparently there's a dying man. There's a dying man that asks for Perrin, and then Perrin goes and finds this dying man, and he says, "We are coming." Is he talking about like Trollocs or something, or
It's Devon Ride.
oh, Devon Ride? Oh,
They come
because
at the end.
it sounded because the way it seemed when I was reading it, it seemed menacing. He just grabs it like, "We're coming." I was just like, was he forced by the Trollocs to say that, or was he or
no? Yeah, it's called for what's Fail, right?
Look, it's an epic fantasy series. Somebody has to come in at the last minute with a heroic charge. Okay,
And there's got to be
I
a
didn't
into
write
a
the
wall.
rules.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I didn't write the rules, but those are the rules.
Yeah, I'm fine with that actually. I'm fine. I mean, that's how Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just I want to note the low key room switch again in the top right corner of the screen. Like he's a ninja. He's in the bedroom. Sorry.
Windy.
He's all over the place. Sorry.
It's too windy out there, mate. So
I'm just paying attention. But,
You and Dirty Party are the only people that have problems with wind on a stream. Like, I don't understand you two. Like,
he's in the Windy City, in Chicago, getting his donut.
I get you.
Yeah. So apparently Loyal and Gaul come back, and they are successful.
Loyal and Gaul.
They are successful in sealing the Waygate.
Chad and Chad. That's so fucking epic.
And I loved how I love the report that they come back with. They're like, we were being chased by thousands upon thousands of Trollocs. There's a lot more. This shit is going to be real pretty soon, parent. So we better be fucking ready.
And then Gaul goes right to work.
And then guess who shows up and tries to say, oh no, that's not the case. There's only not even 1,000. Lord Luke.
Yeah, fuck
the
that
best
guy.
already. Wait, Lord Luke, defender of the two rivers, the most honorable man in town. Yes, of course.
Lord
Trust
Luke.
in Lord Luke.
Brian's least favorite character.
Lord Luke is?
Do you think this guy's sus or what?
Lord Luke is the best. I don't know what you're talking about.
Every time I see Lord Luke, I think of Gaston from Beauty and the Beast.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I think it was you and me that were talking about that. Yes,
That's totally fair.
Gaston. He's just like, I am so great. Oh. Fail, can I bed you? No, okay, don't care.
I think of Gawain, but then I realized they're not actually related.
Fair.
All right. So after all that's been said and done, they have their thing. Fael orders Perrin to go to bed, so he goes to bed, and he has a wolf dream, and so he has some visions, and of course we get the vision of Egwene has fear in her eyes, standing among a group of women who kneel before her. So I have an assumption here. Because I know what she ultimately she does become. She rises to a certain
giant bitch.
Seat.
She's already
I think so. I think that's what that's talking about. I think
that's it. But again, the flame of Tarvalon is what Min saw on her, like in Baralon in book 1.
Yeah.
So it was always kind of hinted at that she was bound for that. So yeah, you're not wrong.
Brian, I want you to remember this moment, because when you finally finish the last battle, there's a joke for you right here. I can't tell it until you're done.
Okay. So the next one is Matt is naked and bound with a spear with a black shaft on his back, and a medallion in the shape of a fox head hung on his chest.
Happened.
Bedpost with a knife in it.
Naked and bound. Was he naked?
I
like he was naked.
I
From
don't
the
know.
tree? I thought he was naked.
I just want to
he
know
was
if
hung naked. Yeah, he was when he came out, he was naked.
Yep, because they took everything from him.
They took
because
everything and hung him.
the thing is dead, so they literally took everything he had.
I'm
Did
pretty sure
Alban
there's
just
They didn't
chug
have this. They didn't
vodka?
take his. He was
That's what I
still. He was
wanna know.
dressed. I remember.
That's water.
Yeah, no, when he
It's
came
a
out,
cloudy bottle. I was
when he
like,
came
all right,
out-
he's got some.
when he came
smart
out of
off.
Finland, he was naked. I think there's a quick
was
throwaway
hanging
line that Rand sees
So
him
where
naked
did he
hanging
get?
from the
I
tree.
forget. Where did he get the clothes then? To wear?
They
Dead
didn't-
person?
I think
Maybe.
What dead? There was nobody in Roydion.
No, when he got back.
If
it
you
was.
tell me that he stripped Couladin's brother, that would be so funny.
That'd be
I
awesome.
think there's a scene of the wise ones covering him up when he got
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
That's
Well,
right, yeah.
everybody goes in naked. Well, I guess Matt didn't go in naked. Did
No,
Matt
no,
go in
he
naked?
was-
No, they didn't go in naked.
Girls, mate.
Boys
Ladies
are
have to go
first.
in naked.
Yeah,
Men
Moraine
get our
and
clothes.
Avienda
Right,
they go
right.
naked.
Yeah.
The way it should always be.
And then Rand is in rags with a bandage covering his eyes. Is the other thing. So, so we get those little visions right there, and so apparently he's still in Tel'aran'rhiod, and he's basically searching for signs of Trollocs. He goes to I thought we never see Devon Ride. We don't from a video, but apparently we do see Devon Ride, at least in the dream world. So Devon Ride and Watch Hill, and Terran Fury is completely gone, like totally gone, like shit. And the banner of Manetheren is raised outside the White Boar. So I'm assuming the White Boar is in Devon Ride.
I thought it was in
What, White Boar banner? I don't know.
the
White Boar isn't the White Boar like an inn in Devon Ride or something?
Pub.
I think you're right. I think that is.
Watch
that
Hill.
one-
Watch Hill. White Boar is located in Watch Hill in the Two Rivers.
So they're already raising the banner of. They're already re-raising the Manetheren banner.
It's the hint that the Two Rivers are all coming together and are going to powwow.
Yeah. So we get the final boss fight between Perrin and Slayer. So they're hunting each other. Well, I know it's not. Well, in this book. So
Gowan sigil is a red boar, isn't it, on a green field? Isn't that why?
No,
just Lady B said Gowan's sigil.
Gowan's sigil is a boar, but it changes. But let's not get into that because one, Gowan's the worst character, and two, who cares?
So who's worse, Gowan or Elaine? Who's worse, Gowan or Elaine?
Gowan. Not even a contest.
So
Barely even a
the worst characters come out of Camelin now. Come out the Camelin royal family.
There's actually a joke about this that the worst characters, basically, if you're related to Morghese, you're fucked. Like Morghese's vagina produces the worst characters.
Wait. What about Eskimo Bros? Because it seems to be like who Morghese fucks is okay. Like,
yeah,
Terrangil's dead, but like Tom's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's only people genetically related to Morghese.
Oh, okay.
They should make some,
what about Morghese herself?
Terrible.
I thought
Horrible.
So. I thought so.
Morghese.
So her stupidity is passed down. Okay.
Yeah, it's genetic.
Yeah. So he gets Slayer with the bow and arrow, and I was thinking the whole hunt and that whole hunt aspect. Like I was thinking of there's a game called Metal Gear Solid 3, and there's a fight where there's a sniper fight with a character called The End, and that's kind of what I was thinking when I was reading this.
I forgot. Have you deduced what's going on with Slayer?
Well, what do you mean? That Slayer and Lord Luke are the same person. Lord Luke is in the real world and Slayer's in the dream world. I guess they're meshed together by magic.
But
Well,
who else
who is? Have you deduced who Slayer? I guess
he's speculated correctly on it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
On what?
The
Luke
identity
baptism
of
and
Luke in the identity of Slayer in the dream
Isam.
world.
Yeah, Slayer is Isam. The Trollocs scream Isam, and during the final battle here in the
What about Lord
Two
Luke?
Rivers, and I like how Varen's like interesting because she was
Figured out who
present
Lord
in the
Luke
Dark
is?
Prophecy chapter.
Okay. Did you figure out who Lord Luke is?
Yeah, Lord. Yeah, well, Dane told me. Dane told me.
I didn't tell you shit. It was fucking told you by Almond Bunt in like the first fucking book. All I did was point you to some
You
shit.
just
you already
pointed me in
read.
that direction.
Eskimo bro is what? Brother from another mother sort of
No,
thing?
that's where you fuck the same pussy.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious. Who are you thinking now is a relevant Eskimo bro related to Market? Oh, you're thinking like
Tom,
Gareth
Robin,
Bryn.
and
Yeah, Gareth
eventually
Bryn,
another
Robbie.
guy, and Terangel. Like they're all Eskimo bros.
Loves it. Well, guys loves it. That's the moral of the story.
Yeah.
No, but it's like everybody like tangentially related to Morgate. That was my question because it's like, hey, if Eskimo bros are good, then it's like Tom's one of them, and Tom's
Right,
great.
I mean, now Dan, she's rich, she's slutty, and her kids are already out of the house. What the fuck are we waiting for, guys?
And she's good looking. I mean,
Yeah,
she's an attractive woman. That's not even,
Yeah.
Just saying.
Anyways.
So
anywho,
so Slayer and Lord Luke are basically the same person. Lord Luke has the wound that Perrin gave Slayer, and Lord Luke flies the fuck out of there.
Well, I think that's one of the best. Lord Luke howls and comes flying out of the freaking inn, and nobody can figure out what the frick is going on.
Yeah. Yeah,
because he just he got shot, but he hasn't got shot.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, he was bleeding. I think they saw or I don't know if he was bleeding or he was clutching his chest. I think that's what was said.
Yeah.
Also, at some point, we do have to give Perrin a little bit of an L here for not like coming to the logical conclusion of. I wonder if those two things are related.
Yeah, like Slayer just shows up,
slowly.
and then this Lord Luke guy shows up. Huh.
Well, and I just shot the guy in the other place, and now this guy's my chest. Wait, didn't I just shoot a guy in the chest? Wait a second.
It takes 6 books to figure out. Like,
he knows these things are possible. Like, it's not like he knows this is like, yes, it's a little weird, but it's like weird things happen in the dream world, so you can look like anybody you want. So he doesn't have to know it's two different people, right? You can look like anything you want in the dream world. So as soon as you shoot the guy and Lord Luke goes flying out instantly going, oh my god, I got shot in the chest, it's like, nah, it's probably he's having a heart attack. I don't know.
Lord Luke is Hunter Biden, and Perrin is a Democrat.
Okay, I didn't. Oh wait, did somebody say something?
Uh-oh.
Nobody said anything.
Oh
Great.
no!
It's
end the stream.
The views of the Dane don't represent the views of the Nerporial.
Hey, fuck you guys. That's Canadian, and Aldan's Australian. You guys are getting in trouble. No one's on us.
That's right.
We all know what's up.
If that is the Hunter Biden joke that gets me in trouble, the FBI's wiretap on my house is not doing its job.
Drop the ball.
So to wrap up, we're not done with this chapter. So apparently, yeah. So Luke has just flied the fuck away, and
Hunter.
we get to this scene at the end of this chapter. Perrin wants Fael to go to Camelin and get help, and Fael's like, "Fuck no. We're getting. I'm marrying your ass first." He's like, "Well, we'll wait. We'll wait to come back. I promise." She's like, "No, marry me now, bitch."
She kind of lied.
So
might have said like we were traveling together already, and
name for fighting, lying.
Oh, Satan's Tits is Fail's internet name.
Oh, okay.
Satan's Tits.
That's accurate.
Oh, yeah.
I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, I can't exactly. Yeah, it took the words right out. I can't. When the internet nails something.
So the reason, so he thought like, you know, they would be betrothed first because it would look bad, but then she's like, oh, I think I told Mistress Conger and Mistress Elvire how we have been traveling together. I don't know how it came up, and yeah, they agreed with me or something. That's how they're like, okay, maybe we're already
Rules are
betrothed.
rules unless women want to get
Trip.
around them.
Trip. Fail picks on herself. All right, we don't do any of it.
She likes it. That's what I read. What I read is that she likes it. She expects it.
Exactly. She likes to be swatted across the face. As soon as Perrin figures that out, she just wants.
It's not
to
across the face; it's across the bottom. That was established earlier in the book.
She'll take one in the face. She likes it,
dude.
She'll take something else in the face, but
from fucking Archer, like that girl wants to get choked. Like,
so we'll get it. When Elias comes back, we get the full like breakdown.
So
of
why
it,
is Ebu Dar complete opposite of the Borderlands? Like they stab their men in Ebu Dar, in the Borderlands want to be beat the hell. Oh, that's not that bad. Like, come on. They wear a knife around their neck to stab their husbands. I mean, come on. It's like, yay! Yeah,
kind of, sorta, but it's like.
So I got a question.
Was so bad, but the portions were so small.
I got a question. Was there any time in between them getting married and then them agreeing to get married or something? Or no, not half an hour. Okay, no, it says right here, which was not. He found himself not half an hour later kneeling opposite her in the common room.
Yeah.
Okay. I made a joke, and I think I have to retract that joke. I think because Robert, I was like, how come Robert Jordan didn't describe like the wedding apparel, like what they were wearing for the wedding, except for the ribbon.
Yeah,
the ribbon was the only thing.
Say that. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so
they did it naked.
Thank God he didn't.
Look, it was a shotgun wedding, okay? Let's call a spade a spade.
Yeah.
No, a shotgun wedding is like the father sitting behind with the shotgun.
Here's the thing, though. Perrin fully got
end of the world wedding.
Perrin got tricked. All right, so Perrin got tricked into this wedding. Okay, he just got married to get her the fuck out of there. He expected to be dead shortly, so then he wouldn't have to deal with the marriage. Right? So he's like, let's get married, get you the fuck out of here. I'll be dead soon, and then it doesn't matter.
In later books.
What's that? I know. I'm just kidding. He wanted to get married. I'm just kidding.
That's a funny take.
I'm just
kidding.
He's
that's
obviously
perfectly. If we're
perfectly.
gonna retcon the series at all or rewrite it, that would actually make it really funny. If Perrin's whole attitude in later books is basically like
woman.
God
damn
I
it!
can't believe
I wish the Trunks overran the two rivers like I planned. God damn it!
I can't believe I'm still alive.
Now I'm trying. No, I won't spoil anything. But he's perfectly happy being married. I'm just making a joke. It would.
Well, here's the thing though. Like his hands trembled, hers didn't.
Yes.
Because she's the man in the relationship.
Wait, what?
Oh, sorry.
You should have picked the hawk. It is known. So.
It is known. It is. Just the nonchalantness of it is known. It's known. It's fun, dude. I'm not even like
Hawk beats a falcon every time.
So honestly, I thought that was a solid. I like that. That was a solid chapter. A lot of stuff was going on. Had some weight, and I thought the ending was very delightful. The wedding and all that. So now we find ourselves in the final Perrin chapter.
Isn't that where you get her identity too, or is it before that?
It's before
No,
that. He figures out who she is. We talked about that in the last section.
Yeah,
It was
you
in
get the
last
full name, but
yeah,
you don't know the impact of what the Bashir name means until later, I think.
Yeah, true.
Doesn't she have a family member that goes to? Does she have a family member that goes to Deep Space Nine? Okay, that was bad.
No, she is a family member who's the queen of Saldea.
Saldea,
and one of the most badass generals on the planet is her father.
Which
he's my first.
Unironically funny moment where it's like, yeah, I am Davram Bashir's daughter. Her parent goes, I mean, I'm like, Mama Ibarra's son. Like, what does that mean?
What's a Davram Bashir? I don't understand what you're saying. Like, what is that? Is that supposed to mean something to me? I'm a farmer. I'm a blacksmith in the Two Rivers. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I had that moment this morning because my hockey team's the Calgary Flames, and apparently there was this girl who was at the game last night, and I have no idea who the fuck she is, but apparently she's like a big fucking deal. Let me look at this.
Wait, what?
Is this going to be Taylor Swift and the Kansas City Chiefs?
No,
I'm something confused. Where do I go?
Give me a second. I'll find it.
Okay. How did we get to a hockey game?
I don't know.
But if we're going to talk about,
I gotta take control. I gotta take control
I don't
here.
know how we got to a hockey game. It's okay. Hockey's
so
good.
yeah. So the next thing is Perrin is writing a letter to Fael. So not only is
Tate McRae. Do you guys know who Tate McRae is?
No.
Nah, can't say I do.
No.
This isn't even a real celebrity. This is a Canadian celebrity.
No, apparently she's got like a big fucking tour going, and she's like a top 20 under 20.
And she reminds you of Fael or something?
She's attractive.
She reminds me of someone who it's like, oh, you should know that they're famous, but you don't know that they're famous.
Oh, okay.
Like
So
Davram Bashir.
Davram,
like,
got you. Okay.
Hey, I'm Davram, daughter of Davram. And it's like, parents like, I don't know who this is. And I was like that this morning when I'm watching the Flames highlights and being like, why is this chick always showing up on this fucking video?
We brought
I'm
it
like,
full circle.
it's because she's famous. And I'm like, I guess
hey, they're like us
now.
too, Dane. All right, famous people are just like us. Okay.
Does anyone? I'm gonna check the Discord. Does anyone know who Tate McRae is?
Sorry.
Okay. All right. So back to
God,
Wheel
looks
of
like
Time.
a fucking slut. Oh my
All right,
God.
back to Wheel of Time.
What the hell does she have there?
So
that's disgusting.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Perrin is writing.
Do the mute.
Perrin is writing. Perrin is writing a letter to Fael because he assumes he's going to die. And we actually get some of it right here. I will not ask your forgiveness for what I did. I do not know if you could give it, but I will not ask. You are more precious to me than life. Never think I have abandoned you. When the sun shines on you, it is my smile. When you hear the breeze stir through the apple blossoms, it is my whisper that I love you. My love is yours forever. Oh, kind of nice. So
good for Perrin, locking it down.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Yeah,
the poets.
This is
maybe this is him. Maybe this is him looking forward to the fact that he's going to die, or something like Steve said. So
this is Bart Simpson writing to his teacher, pretending to be Woodrow Wilson. That like, all right, I'll just let her down easy. Whenever the wind whistles, I'll say your name. Edna.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that one. Dude, I kind of old Simpsons shit. Oh, so the Trollocs are coming. They're coming. There's thousands coming from the north, and I think there's thousands coming from the south. So they're being attacked from two directions. So, so apparently, So Perrin's going through everything, making sure that the women and children are safe in case in case shit goes south and all that. No pun intended. But and he's just like, I think I forget. Yeah, like so, Fael's already gone. So, so apparently apparently we got the white cloaks. They're just in the center green, and they're like, hey, we're gonna fucking go. We're we're through it. We're through with you dipshits. We don't want to help you. We fuck Dane Bornhall's a piece of shit. What can I say? So and then they're like, and then I think this is where he offers the deal. Say, hey, you stay, help us, and you can arrest me or something or whatever. So apparently, Perrin, so the defenses, their defense is up. They have the stakes already up, like they did before. They have, I think they have trebuchets, or maybe not trebuchets, but they have catapults and all that. Okay, so lost Dane for 5 minutes. So, so apparently, I'm trying to remember what exactly. I'm trying to remember how everything leads up. Oh, the Trolls come. So the Trolls basically attack. Oh, he talks to Varen, and Varen somehow asks him, "When are you going to give up the axe for the hammer?" or something like that. So I was like, "How does Varen know that?" Like, I forget if there was a conversation before.
Just Varen?
I don't remember. I don't think so, man. I don't know how she knows that either. That's a good question.
Varen I'm just wily person. We'll just.
Hey, Alex, maybe you know. Did Varen ever have a conversation with Perrin about the axe and the hammer? Prior to this,
I don't think so.
She's just very observant, man. She is the spider. Like,
give me a little more context. What was the?
So apparently, she asks Perrin. So Perrin's like going through the defenses and all that, and Varen is with their warders, and they're setting up like the trebuchet, the trebuchets and all that. And she asks him, "When are you going to give this up for the hammer? Is it just because she's just because she knows he's a blacksmith or something that she asks this question?"
So I think it's a combination of RJ wanted to hit the theme, and also a combination of like smart people see the burden that weighs on Perrin, and also Perrin won't like shut up about I'm not a leader, I'm a blacksmith. And it's like
that's true. That is true.
He legitimately tells everybody who will listen to him.
Stop calling, or like Lord Perrin, stop calling me that.
Chris is right too. There may be a prophecy in there too somewhere that Varen's got note of. Varen is very observant. She's very watchful. She's got ears and everything. She is always watching. Man, Varen is Varen's got her hands in many cookie jars. I'll just say that.
Yeah, and I already brought up the fact that the Trolls come and they engage, and they actually say something. So Narg is not the only one that says something. The Trolls they scream Isam, and of course Isam is Lan's cousin from the prophecy. And I already brought Varen's like because she knows the prophecy and everything. So.
I mean, it's quite literally, RJ was just like, hey, dummies, if you're not picking up on it yet, here's Varen basically saying, you should pay attention to this. This is important. Like, it couldn't be less subtle had he tried.
Yeah. So apparently, so this whole thing, I'm going to kind of skip ahead. So this whole thing is happening. All these Trolls are attacking because they are looking for Ordeef. Am I correct in that? Is that basically what this is? They're hunting Ordeef and they're killing everything in their path.
Partly,
all right.
Which is why because Isam is hunting Ordeef.
Yeah.
Or Slayer. Sorry, Slayer is hunting Ordeef, and that's why they're in the two rivers.
Well, I mean,
because
there's
two rivers with the white cloaks.
Yeah,
I mean, aren't they? Well, I mean, I don't know. That's part of it, but he could just be done with Perrin at this point too. I mean, they're Isam's Trollocs, I think. So
Yeah,
I mean,
Esam's also pissed that he just took a fucking arrow to the
right.
chest.
So he's been playing cat. So it might have. So my whole thing was, I think it probably originally started with the hunt for Ordith, and yes, that's still mission. Obviously, he's an assassin, but Perrin has now basically challenged him, and they've been playing this cat and mouse game, and he's just done. He's just like, and now this dude shot. I'm just fuck this guy, and fuck all your people. I'm done with you. Just wipe them out. So that
Okay.
you know
Actually-
that was always my take.
Okay, so it starts with, and then because of
I
Wolf
think
Dream, that things kind of escalate. And
well,
all right.
I mean, Perrin never fully trusted Luke since he got there, right? So they've been sort of playing this cat and mouse since he got back, because Perrin never trusted Luke, right? And then Esam's been killing the wolves, and Perrin's been sort of hunting him here, hunting
And I
him
mean,
the
they
whole
did
time.
say, they did say that there were trout, like when Perrin comes home and he's talking to Bran and Marin, that their trollocs have been spotted. No one can really go out alone, especially at night. So
Right. So I think it originally was, we got to get Pat and Fane off the board here. But then Esam's just like, dude, this Perrin guy, fucking, I'm just done with this motherfucker.
So they're just hunting Ordith because Ordith is basically stealing Shadow Spawn because of his ability.
Betrayed the Dark One. I mean, he's now he was the Dark One's main hound, and he's basically spit in the face of the Dark One and said, "I'm my own man. Fuck you. I'll take these gifts, and now I'm using them for myself."
Yeah, and so he's using
a problem in and of himself. I mean, he's very powerful and he's almost a direct challenge, if you will. It's it's one thing to be fighting the good guys. It's another thing to be fighting a different kind of bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of it as well, I think.
That is actually stuff that actually really interests me. Seeing other types of bad guys fighting other types of bad guys and all that. That's stuff they usually really holds my interest. So I want to see, and so basically Ordith comes out of this unscathed, obviously. So the battle is won because the people from Devon Ride come up from the south, and the people from Watch Hill come up from the north, and they're able to break up the Trollocs and all that. So and I like how the White Cloaks didn't do a damn thing. And I was a little disappointed in that. I was hoping there would be something like maybe Perrin saved Dane's life, and now Dane begrudgingly feels like, and this has been done to death in a whole bunch of other types of stories and shows and all that. So I was kind of expecting something like that.
Yeah, but I think this just builds Perrin's legend here. I mean, because of his actions afterwards when Dane's not here, but Dane, after the White Cloaks being a coward being cowardly during the whole thing, comes to claim him, and everybody's like, nah, this ain't happening.
Yep.
It's like, no. no. And Perrin's just like, you did shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I mean that's basically how Perrin keeps from being taken away to be.
Oh, there's no way the White Cloaks get out of there with Perrin at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way.
Yeah, White Cloaks. Yeah, there's only 400 of them, so yeah,
they would just Two Rivers people would have went down swinging. There's no way.
I can't believe all the White Cloaks got killed by Trollocs. I'm sorry, Morghese. We tried to save them.
Yeah.
We tried real hard.
Yeah.
Line him up against Tam. He'll take him out one by one.
So, at what stage do you guys reckon in the show that they'll bring the women off the green into the battle to help the boys?
Oh, they'll be on the front line. What are you talking about?
But
they'll never go to the green. What are you talking about?
Do you think it'll be the other way around, right?
It might be the other way around. Yeah.
I mean, we've already seen them do it. They did it in the pilot.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So they foreshadowed it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Will Alcine's gonna get his pretty face cut off, and
didn't Will Alcine already get killed? I thought that was the dude who took the axe through the heart.
I just like saying that. I don't know if it's really him or not.
No, he's still with us.
Because it's one of the, I don't know. It's
I
one of
don't
the
think
few-
any named characters died in this battle. I don't think any named characters died in this battle. So, but yeah. So this was a great battle. I really enjoyed this one. I liked how he got the news. So the one thing that almost got the one that brought tears to my eyes was how he got the news that they were that the Trogs were broken, that they were getting support. He basically runs into his cousin James, and apparently there is a surviving member of the Abaras around. And so he's like, what's your name, lad? My name is James Barr, Lord Perrin. I'm your cousin, I think, sort of, anyway. And then Perrin squeezed his eyes shut for a moment to keep the tears in. See, even when he opened them, his hand still trembled on the lad's head. Well, cousin James, you tell your children about today. You tell your grandchildren, your grandchildren's children. I'm not going to have any, James said stoutly. Girls are horrible. They laugh at you and they don't like to do anything worth doing. And you never understand what they're saying. I think one day you'll find out they're the opposite of horrible. Some of it won't change, but that will. By you.
Yeah, no, he was shaking and crying because he was just reminded of what's going to happen to him now.
Yeah, so
cousin James is the wise Ibara.
Yes.
Wait till I had Lord Perrin call me cousin. But yeah, this part I really got it was a really moving part for me. So, but yeah, like I don't know if then you have the whole so apparently Fael did not go to Camelin. She brought them from Watch Hill. She went as far as Watch Hill, and I got to lead an attack. Wait till I tell my family.
This is another extremely uncommon Fael win.
It's her high point of the whole series.
Absolutely,
100%.
Dude, Fael read the Two Towers one time and went, "Yeah, I'm totally Gandalf." And
Totally. Well, that was the yeah. I forget Gandalf actually was separate in the book too. I forget who does he get in the book.
He's going to get the rest of the Rohirrim because
Theoden
kicked the army out, so they're basically
in the movie it was the Rohirrim, and the other I think he got another.
Yeah, it's not Eomer. It's a different lord, it's the same purpose.
The Dun March or whatever the fuck it was. But yeah, you
get
the reference.
Yeah. Okay. So they banish the White Coats. You better get the fuck out of here. And so the people from Watch Hill escort them, and then of course parents just like, Fael, I just want to be an ordinary blacksmith. Have them stop calling me Lord Perrin. And everyone's like, she's like, too late, bitch. Too late. And everyone's like, Lord Perrin Golden Eyes. Lord Perrin Golden Eyes. I think that's isn't that on the thumbnail, Steve?
Yeah, it's on the thumbnail.
Yeah.
As requested.
Yeah. I thought that was great. So apparently Ordeith is going to Camelin and then going to Tar Valon. So I have an idea. He's going to worm his way into Elida next. That's what I think is going to happen. And he's going to tell Elida how dangerous or how bad Rand al'Thor is and all that.
But what else could he be looking for in Tar Valon?
I think it's something. It's something that has a ruby end. It's a ruby hilted dagger. I think that is what he wants. So I'm curious. I guess this is a read and find. I'm curious what will happen once I'm assuming he gets this ruby hilted dagger.
Wait, that's on the end of a bedpost right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tied there.
Bedpost.
Steve, shut up.
Okay. All right, but I thought so that basically concludes Perrin's story, and I guess we don't see him for a whole book after this. So he's General Perrin. So I'm curious. Does the Two Rivers become Manetheren basically? Or are they still part of Camelin?
It turns into like the best place in the world.
Yeah, he's kind of raising an army, isn't he? Let's be honest.
The independent nation state of Camelin. The independent nation state of the Two Rivers inside of as part of Camelin.
No, in all seriousness, one of the best parts that Robert Jordan, like, if you're of the progressive mindset, is just what happens to the Two Rivers with Perrin in charge of it. Because changes do happen. You'll find it out in like book 6 and 7. Like, change comes, new people move in, it develops, it becomes kind of industrious. It's basically a kind of American theme within a fantasy world of like what happens when you just basically let people in and is accepting and bring their technology, bring their culture, and just basically enrich all throughout. The Two Rivers turns into a fucking powerhouse.
Big time.
Metropolis.
Oh, okay.
Those Two Rivers bows, man. They even the playing field real quick.
Because it offers peace, security, and justice. Like that's.
Towards the end. Towards the end, when Elaine's like, I can't let, and he's like,
that's a Sandersonism. I don't even count that.
I love that. I fucking love it. Okay, try to make me take it down, bitch. Fuck off.
You in what army?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
I don't know if you noticed, but your boyfriend isn't here right now. Like...
Anyways, what happens in the Two Rivers is one of the most progressive themes within the entire Wheel of Time, and it's
true. I hate it.
It's Alex hates it, but it's part of why how the show treated the Two Rivers was so fucked up.
Well, it was just they missed an opportunity that they would have liked to have. I would have thought. So.
I know they shot themselves in the foot. It's not that they shot themselves in the foot. They took a fucking blunderbuss and like took their foot up on the desk and just fucking blew it off. Is what they did in the fucking show.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways.
So the Two Rivers eventually becomes like that, basically.
Yeah.
Next time you see it, it'll be very different. Just put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So two storylines done. Now we're on the final storyline. We're on the Rand, Matt, Egwene, and the Aiel Waste. So going back to chapter 48. So I believe this really starts. I mean, all that really happens here is that they've left Imri stand, and Avienda basically is just giving Rand more shit. So I was just like, I'm reading this, and I'm just like, oh, okay, more of this. And then so apparently they're teaching. So apparently,
did you find it funny at all? I'm not gonna lie. I find some of it hilarious. Like the Avienda Rand stuff, I find hilarious.
Well, it gets funny, especially in I think in the chapter where he's trying to get a gift. So I think it's not even this one. It's a couple of chapters away. That one, I was just like, oh, okay.
Even just her being a pretentious pain in the ass, I just found it hilarious after a while.
She hates him because Elaine. Because of Elaine.
No, she hates him because she has feelings for him. That's why she hates him.
Well, that's that too.
What you have to do.
Avienda has a full-on woman moment here. Like, let's just call a spade a spade.
Yes.
Let me find let me see if I can find the chapter right here.
So Dan, is it this one? I remember you hit us on the Discord with like one of the hardest trivia questions I've ever come across with Wheel of Time about the. This isn't Avienda's three-toe. Her punishment. She had to do three. She did 3 things wrong that she was punished for.
No, she confessed to 2 sins, but this comes in fires of heaven. So it doesn't come here, but it's kind of semi-related to this. But it's beyond subtle. Like you have to read this like 30 fucking times to get it. But neither here nor there. Let's save it for a Fires of Heaven stream where we can explain what's going on. But Brian, the key thing to note with Avienda and what you'll find out later, but it's kind of been hinted at with what the women go through in Ruidian, is it's very similar to the Three Arches Terangrial that the Accepted go through.
Just I realize now we didn't even learn what was experienced in those.
They keep it to themselves. I think the full breadth of it will actually come through in at the end of the next book.
Fires of Heaven. Okay.
But just bear in mind, Avienda's gone to Ruidian, and she's been through a trial.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's affected her, and you should view how she's treating Rand in that lens.
Okay.
In addition, like if you start charting out like the relationships and the feelings, like Avienda looks at Rand, it's like, damn, that's a good looking Aielman right there. So she likes him, but she also is friends with Elaine, who she recognizes kind of has him tied up. So she's pissed about that. In addition, the Aiel have sister wives, so normally it would be fine, but Elaine's not an Aiel. So she's also pissed at Rand about that because, you know, why'd you have to go and get involved with the Wetlander? And then, as Dane said, she saw a bunch of stuff that's like, man, that's not good. That could potentially be problematic. So she's just got a lot going on and involved with her feelings towards Rand, and it's making her act irrationally.
Yeah, and she's such a buffet. It's so funny, and she can't like handle it at all. Like internally, she's just like completely incapable of dealing.
She's
with
also
it. She's like,
she's also mad because she wanted to be a maiden of the spear, and the wise ones were like, nope, you're done with that. You are now spying on Rand. But also, if you wanted to get knocked up and marry him,
all the better.
We encourage that as well. And she's like, well, now that you told me to do it, I'm not going to do it.
I've got a daughter like this. I understand the mindset.
Right?
So like apparently every time Rand looks at Essendra, so basically Avienda's just like, hey.
Now, I don't know if this has been discussed yet in earlier stream, but one of the things I freaking love is just the game of telephone that has happened between Elaine and Egwene and Avienda, as far as how Avienda is like very insistent that she belongs to Elaine and that Rand should read the 2 letters because everything in that is great.
And correct.
And correct. Even though both letters are like
contradict each other,
word for word. But the reason why that basically happened is because Elaine told Egwene in Teleran Riyadh that Rand should read the letters, but couldn't clarify in time that, oh, I kind of didn't mean the whole shit I wrote in the second letter. Because I had like woman brain at that time, was kind of mad. So it's basically it's a terrible game of telephone going on. And Rand is just like, women are insane.
I forget. Did they ever go into particular what was in that second letter? Was it just like, how dare you? How could you not tell me not to go?
Not particular.
Because that's basically what it was, right? He let her go to Tanchico, and he didn't try to stop her.
Yeah, it was basically, you didn't even try to stop me, which means that you don't feel that strongly about me. And if you don't feel that strongly about me, then I don't know if I feel that strongly about you.
You're the worst I've ever met. Oh.
And I never want to talk to you again.
Okay. But yeah, like I'll be honest, like I'll be honest, when I read this, I just get very dismissive of this stuff. It's just like the stuff does not interest me. It doesn't. I don't find this. Sometimes I find it funny sometimes, but sometimes I'm tired. I'm kind of tired of it. I'm getting kind of. I'm just like skimming through it and then going on to the next thing.
Though. It is amusing, but you're not alone in that, Brian. This is quite the amusing.
I'd be like, I'd rather have build up to something. I'd rather have build up to something. Ooh, what's going to happen? And is there going to be danger? Is there going to be some tension or something? So I'm kind of disengaged from it at this point. So, but then it gets to the second half of this gets a little more interesting, kind of. So we get the peddlers again. And so I got a question. So it doesn't get answered in this book, but what the fuck is up with Kadir asking Rand about telling Rand about having knowledge? Because I mean, we all, I mean, it was a misdirect, obviously, because Rand believed it, and heck, I believed it because Rand believed it. So that's the joke's on me. But yeah, so Kadir was not Asmodean. Kadir's just a dumbass dark friend. So was he told? Was he told by Lanfear or Kyle or whatever Kylie or whatever her alias was to approach Rand with that?
So my understanding was always that, and I'm probably wrong here now that I think about it, that he was kind of shitting his pants about Lanfear and was kind of looking to cut a deal to maybe get out of it. And when Rand basically went, "What the fuck are you talking about? No, we're not doing whatever the fuck you're doing here."
Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Knowledge, that knowledge. Oh, okay.
Yes. So he also kind of serves as a something happens to this dude at the end of Fires of Heaven. That is,
I accidentally found. I accidentally found out. Yeah, I accidentally found out. So
wait, how did you accidentally found out what?
I was curious about the okay. It's on me. It's on me. I looked.
Wait,
yeah,
what did you Google?
I think
the end of Fires of Heaven.
No, I didn't. No, not. Well, I know what happens at the end of Fires of Heaven.
How do you know that?
Because I
Googled it.
Like, I don't. But I knew what happened at the end of the Wrath of Khan. I still enjoyed the movie when I was a kid. I knew Mr. Spock dies.
I don't mind.
I don't know how it led up to that.
I don't mind spoilers.
Same with the Fires of Heaven. Same with the Fires of Heaven.
I'm not gonna lie. The first time I read these, there were like, especially the big Rand moments in the final books. I was like, all right, when are we getting to the moment where Rand just kind of dunks on Cat Swain? Like, when are we hitting that point?
So, from what I understand about that character, so this is a character that was created late in the story, and she comes out of retirement to fix things because she's was the best of her time.
The less you know about Cat Swain, the happier you will be.
Yeah. Okay.
Just like,
it's potentially never happened.
No, it's just like, this is the.
But yeah,
this is the spoiler. I'm not going to spoil, but it's like, just pretend she never happened.
Okay. So
she's more interesting for what she has than who she is, because she's a cunt.
She's a cunt.
I'll keep that in mind. So, I think the only thing else that happens is Mateo Asmodean is trying to get information about Roydion. Hey, I'm writing a song about your exploits in Roydion. Tell me what you experience.
You need to tell me the details of what you saw in that square, because I need words that rhyme with orange.
So, and then Rand just tells him stuff and nothing big. So, Trip saying something.
She's not wrong.
She's not wrong.
Yeah, that was me. That was me on Friday. So yeah, so basically,
I'm gonna break into one of mine. Hang on.
What? Okay. So I don't. What else? I mean, I'm trying to remember what else happens here.
Going to Alcar Dale? Are we there yet? Like, have all the Aiel assembled, or are we still kind of?
No, they get to no. They're at Cold Rock's Hold, so they get to Cold Rock's Hold, and then
we
they
get
have
the Drakkar attack.
yeah the drag yeah. So yeah, that was the best part of these 3 chapters was building up to that drag
Fucking
car
A.
attack. So. But apparently, so they go to this town and they go through the entire Aiel ritual of, you know. So I have a question here. I was trying to see if there was I'm trying to understand the difference between how what when they go and we meet the house mistress Leon, and then they ask, you know, for leave to enter. So first Ruark and Hirn ask for it, and of course Ruark's, you know, the husband, and then I think Rand asks, or actually Couladin asks, and he's not a clan chief, and it's just the way she says yes or something. Like, I'm trying to understand the difference. Like, I was trying to see, like, was it words, was it how she said it that made it seem like he was being,
So,
you know,
the Aiel have the tradition that and I'm sorry, my cat is trying to join the stream. That the you know, the women kind of run the household. You know, they run the hold. So you have to ask permission to enter it, even big shots like Ruark. And you know, depending on how they respond to you, you know, it kind of says sort of how they feel you are approaching them. So Ruark is kind of greeted like an honored guest. They're like, "Yeah, come on in, buddy. You're the man." Whereas Couladin is greeted, they basically answer Couladin as if he was like a beggar who sort of desperately needed assistance or help or something like that. So it was basically a way of just saying, like, you know, we consider you super low class.
And how was that conveyed? Because I didn't pick up on that. Was it how she moved? Was it how she looked at him? What conveyed that?
It was in the word choice
idea
that she did. It was in the words that she
What exactly does she say?
Ugh, you're driving me on the spot, but it was something like, you ask for shelter and you ask for like food, and then she basically says, we give everything to those in need, kind of thing. I'm just spitting off the top of my head. I don't have the text in front of me, but that's the ultimate message, is that Couladin went presumptuously in front of her and was behaving exactly like Ruark was, right? But Ruark is a clan chief, and Couladin had never been to Ruidian, but he was pretending like he was in charge of the whole Shaido clan, and he wasn't. And what she basically says back to him is insulting to him, but not to the whole clan. So it was like all kinds of clever. And then the fun thing at the end of it happens is Rand basically asks in the most humble manner possible, because he stumbles over his words. So Rand was instructed on the proper way to ask for entrance into the hold. He is the Karakar. He's got the 2 dragon tattoos on both arms. He's the fucking chosen one. But he asks in the most humble way possible. So, Taviran, right? He's basically accidentally doing everything the right possible way.
Yeah.
Okay, and we get the nice little description of the food that they eat. So a yellow cake. So am I correct to assume that's cornbread?
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah, cornbread with a spicy stew of goat meat and peppers. So type of chili. I mean, cornbread and chili
with usquai.
Yep.
Yeah. And more, yeah. So yeah, and I think what else happens? More Avienda, and oh, he's like, okay, I'm gonna get her a gift. I'm gonna get her a gift, and yes, and then and we find out that clan chiefs are already arriving at Alkir Dal, and the rule is, or the custom is, if he goes to Alkir Dal first before some of them, it alienates the ones that didn't get there yet, or something.
Yeah, you can't pop off the ceremony without everybody who's invited to the party being there.
Yeah, and he's just like, how long would that take? A month. He's like, I don't have a month.
Yeah.
And then what's funny is the whole drag car attack later actually, once again speeds him up even further to get to the place. So but yeah, so yeah, I liked I thought, yeah, like I was surprised, like, yeah, a couple named characters get killed by the drag car. We got so apparently he has a Guy Shine, I forget how it's pronounced. Guy Shane.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
It's like,
isn't even in the glossary here.
That doesn't matter.
Nah, it's not in the glossary.
Mogedian.
It's Mogedian. I know for sure.
Well, debatable.
Wait, Ruidian.
Yeah, right in.
Yeah,
I'm Ruidian.
What's funny is I say Ruark, but I say I say Roydian. So even though it's supposed to be Rourke or something, I think that's
you're all fucking wrong. But I mean, welcome to the Wheel of Time fandom, where it's like you got your own pronunciation for everything.
It's Ruark.
Yeah, like
no other alternatives will be accepted.
Hey, Brad, I have a question. Did you think that Ruidian was like Las Vegas?
Las Vegas?
Yeah, big glass columns.
No, because it was built after. Wait, what?
I forget. There are glass columns in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what skyscrapers are.
All the glass buildings and stuff.
Glass columns. Oh.
Me and Alex actually found like this place in one of the malls that was like there was a bunch of like glass pillars. It was some kind of a like art installation. It was really cool. We were freaking out about it.
Skyscrapers. That's what Chicago's known for.
Established in like the 90s when Robert Jordan would have been writing.
I don't know. You tell me. I feel like RJ probably spent a lot of time in Vegas. Like that dude.
Yeah, I would have thought that too.
It was definitely 2:30. He walked out of the casino and was like, "I have a brilliant idea."
I mean, just like think about how they showed like Las Vegas in like Blade Runner 2049,
or fucking Resident Evil 3.
That too.
Raccoon City.
Awesome. No, they're in Vegas.
Resident Evil 3.
And the dried up fountains.
Oh, the movie. Oh,
yeah.
Who gives a shit about the movie?
Exactly.
All right, I'm trying to see what happens next. Okay, so he gets the gift. So he asks the maidens to get an appropriate gift for Avienda, teaching him their customs and all that.
Yeah.
And they're like, here, give this, give this and all that. And so instead of having him pay for it, I think it's the maidens. He goes to the maidens and asks them. They have a tea ceremony. And they have to, and so every time a maiden takes a sip, Rand has to follow in kind. And I think they say remember honor, and then I think each one says remember honor, and they kiss him or something. So, and then he brings the he brings the gift. He gets a bracelet or something, and she's even more pissed about it and everything. And then she explains, so he mentions the tea ceremony. He's like, you know what that means, right? It means they prove of you loving me or something like that. Yeah. And he's like, no, that's not why I did this. That's not why I did this. He's like, well, too late, bitch. Right. You did it. If you take this back, that will dishonor me. I think that's how she put it.
You'll find it out, but it's basically like he just thought, here's a present for like teaching me shit, and all the maidens were like, this is a regard gift, which is the like first instance for courtship.
Yes. Which there's a lesson here. Never listen to women about relationship advice.
Oh God. Oh, that goes without saying. Oh, okay.
But all the fun shit that happens here between this whole it all stems from this, right? Rand is trying to be nice and be like, all right, he kind of likes Avienda and her rough ways or whatnot, but it's just like he's not getting the Aiel lessons or their culture or anything about what this all means. And it's just like, I'm gonna go get a present. And then all of a sudden this fucking tea ceremony happened. And holy shit, that tea was alcoholic. And I feel like over like a motherfucker. But it doesn't matter. Oh, but then like the next day, it's like, Avienda, hey, I got this for you. And like I got drunk with all your maiden friends when I said I wanted to give this to you. Oh, you can't give me that. Okay, fine, I'll give it back. It's like, no, if you take it back, that'll be like even worse for me. Like,
yeah,
it's fun.
The flowers, though.
That Lady P, that's in the next book.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, don't worry. I did the same thing.
It's funny though. I mean, it's the same storyline. Like they're all going around.
Yes, which is the other funniest part about this is Rand is trying to like, all right, guys, it is world saving time here. I need everybody to have their game faces on. We're getting ready to go to meet everybody, and everybody around with him is just fucking with him. Like, I mean, literally, basically, the wise ones basically just tell him like, look, loosen up, Buttercup. Like, it's already preordained. It's on the rails. All you got to do is show up.
Oh, yeah. So apparently Rand goes to the wise ones and says, hey, I'm on to you. I know that you sent Avienda to spy on me. And they're like, yeah.
And
we know that you know. Okay. But maybe there's more to this than that, you know.
Well, yeah, I mean, they basically challenge him. They basically just say, you know what? Now that you know, I dare you to send away the 5'11" smoking hot redhead. I challenge you to do it. And Rand never stood a chance.
Never.
But Rand works out eventually. Like what? Why would the wise ones send such an obvious spy as Avienda, who has never been a spy in her life?
Hello.
Yep.
So the thing that's got me intrigued and something that hasn't been answered yet in this book is what Mullane says. So Mullane basically says, goes into a rant, and she says something about laying something. If I have to lay the blank, or then they shut her up. So I'm curious if that has a whole lot of meaning and a whole lot of foreshadowing.
It's not a whole lot, but it's basically like Avienda is obvious misdirection, right? The wise ones know that sending a pretty girl to go keep an eye on Rand, like as their spy to like report back to them, like it'll be found. Unless the Karakarn is basically Forrest Gump, like a complete fucking idiot. Like he's gonna know what's up.
What do you got against Forrest Gump?
He's a complete fucking idiot. Like,
stupid as a stupid does.
Yeah, but just Forrest Gump
he
accomplishes.
By
Come
failing.
on.
But the issue is ultimately it's like Rand knows Avienda is like the world's worst spy, like ever. So who would send the world's worst spy to spy on me? And it could only be those who have other methods of spying, potentially because they can enter the dream world.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. The prophecy says a remnant of a remnant shall be saved. What we want, Rand al'Thor, Karakarn, is to save as many of our people as we can. Whatever your blood and your face, you have no feeling for us. I will make you know our blood for yours if I have to lay the...
Yeah.
Yeah. So...
Oh,
Yeah.
I think you know what's kind of ironic is what actually happens to Rand later on in the books when he has this list that he keeps.
Yep.
He has a list.
He has a list.
Hey,
There's a couple lists.
He's a bit whack.
Darth Rand is my favorite Rand.
He's not
Oh,
like
I'm
he's
curious.
trying to
We'll
deal
get-
with
we'll-
something.
We'll get
We're not
Brian there,
yet.
but we're not there yet.
Oh,
We don't
Rand
even
is
know what
crazy.
Balefire
Don't
does.
get-
Come on.
yeah, Rand is nuts, by the way. Yeah.
No,
crazy.
no.
No, he's not. He's not. He thinks he's nuts, so he acts like he's nuts, but he's not actually.
Rand,
Not yet.
As long as Rand thinks he's nuts, he's not nuts. That's the key thing about being
That's
insane.
true. That's true.
As
Well,
long
that's
as you
what
think
he
you're
said.
insane, you're not insane.
There you go.
Therefore,
Catch 22.
I'm sane because I know I'm insane.
Sorry, I got distracted. My bad.
Oh, do get that song out of my head.
The other, so we meet. So yes, I already mentioned. So Rand has a guy Shane named Cheon, and he asks her for water, and she's like, oh, "Why would you ask that? Like, water is life, or something." I forget. Is that how? Is that why? I forget if that's how.
Depends what he's asking it for, but I kind of get the sense that like if Rand is like, "Hey, can I get a bath?" I'd really like to like stroke 50 laps, like.
Look,
Maybe that would be egregious. I don't think it would do.
It's a Dune reference.
Oh.
It's all it is.
I like Dune.
So do I. I love Dune.
I can't wait for part 2. I can.
I can. Fucking Zendaya as Chani as the main character is gonna blow dong.
How'd you feel about the first one? I know it's kind of derailing the stream right now.
I like the first one.
The
Let's
music is
let's
cool.
hit chapter 50 though.
Liked it a lot.
Yeah, I agree. So basically he gets a bath. He gets water for a bath, and she's like, "Can I bathe you?" And she's like, "No." He's like, "No, go away." And I think he fall asleep in the bath or something. Or something. So he ends up a Rand dream, he's always ends up back in the waterwood, and Elaine and Min and Avienda are there. They're swimming. I think they're supposed to be naked. I think they're naked or something. And then all of a sudden they disappear, and a beautiful woman with dark eyes appears and bites him in the neck. I'm like, what the fuck is up with that? Of course, it's Lanfear.
Yeah. Is she a spider? Oh, sorry. My bad.
She loved.
No, Mogideon's a spider now, for reals. She's an actual spider. Oh,
so she marks him. She bites him in the neck to mark him. Was that like a tracker? Does she have a tracker on him now? Is that how it works?
I mean, we're gonna find out that it's not that involved. But no, I just people say that RJ's writing is kind of horny, and that this is one instance where I kind of agree. Like,
I reckon I don't reckon it is at all. It's whatever. It's just no. She's alright. It's just Lanfear.
She's like a succubus, dude. Watch out, Alden. She's a succubus.
Lanfear is the horniest person.
Actually,
I disagree with that statement. I retract it.
Elaine going
It's
on about how she
fine.
just wants to marry Rand and have his babies. That's pretty bad.
Yeah. Elaine's got the trad grind going on.
I ought to
don't think
mark
Lanfear
you.
wanted the babies, though. I think Lanfear just wanted
Lanfear wanted power.
The glory.
Yeah.
The glory.
Yeah, Lanfear is the
should just see it
reference
come.
that everything in the world is about sex except for sex, which is about power. That's Lanfear.
Yeah.
I ought to mark you. There was a fierce edge in her voice. First, that milk-hearted Ileana, And now, how many women do you hold in your thoughts? Suddenly, her white teeth burrowed at his neck. Bellowing,
Not
he
enough.
hurled her away and slapped a hand to his neck. She had broken the skin. He was bleeding. Is this how you amuse yourself when I wonder where you have gone? A man's voice said contemptuously. Okay, and then Asmodean appears, and that's kind of how Rand kind of finds out about or realizes that she's not alone in this game right here, and he just thinks of traps, and more traps all around everything. So, and then he wakes up, and oh shit, there's somebody in the room. Turns on all the lights. Avienda's there.
Like, hi.
It's like, what the hell? He's like, bitch, what the hell are you doing?
Just stabbed her.
Yeah. And she's like, oh, she's like, hey, the wise ones are watching over you, bro.
Yeah, nice job keeping him safe and tell around reality, guys. Way to do business.
Yep. So apparently there's more than one drag car in this world. I was surprised. There's
a bunch of them.
There's a bunch of drag car.
They're not
How
drag.
many actually is there, but
There's an army of them.
It's not quantifiable.
Rodolai Tiralde kills like fucking hundreds of them.
I'm pretty sure there's dozens that are in the ending of the Eye of the World.
Oh yeah.
I thought there was
Right?
But I thought they don't engage in like military campaigns.
No, they do.
They engage in assassinations and.
If I had to like rank Shadow Spawn by like how common they are, like Trolloc obviously first, but Drakkar would be second.
Second, yeah.
They're even more common than Murdral.
Yeah. I would say Fades are more common than Drakkar, right?
Okay, I
think so. I don't know.
I think they're probably like equal.
That's the sense you get. It's like Fades, Drakkar, but then down from that would be
Shadow Hounds, Dark Hounds,
Dark Hounds, and Gray Men.
Below that is.
Gray Men would probably be above Dark Hounds, right?
Nah, because he didn't make many of them. I think.
No. Okay.
Oh, that was the Golem.
I know Dark Hounds are actually pretty rare. So
Golems
like there's well,
yeah, but didn't they lose?
And only one in existence that we know of right now. Right?
So Gray Men. I
Brian
forget.
has no idea what a fucking golem is.
Yeah, sorry, Brian.
I mean, if he has any knowledge of Jewish subcultures, he does. But
Brian has no idea what a golem is.
Jewish subcultures.
Yeah, that's the origin of the word.
Clay monsters.
I mean, I've heard the term golem before. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a
giant clay monster.
Go.
Worms.
That's true. There are worms.
Oh.
Sticks too, but sleep on a tree. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Oh.
Yeah, there were worms in the Eye of the World.
Yeah, we're going on a big ass fucking tangent. What do you want to talk about, Brian?
Well, I talk about this fight. We get before, like, so apparently, so we got two casualties from the drag car. So apparently, there was a fight with the Trollocs.
No, not Sienna and Cheon.
Didn't Sienna have? So Cheon, the poor guy Sean, and Sienna, the one, I think the one wise one that had the least presence of the four. So I guess get rid of the one that has the least role.
She'll be replaced by another character.
Yeah, that's why I figured. So
you figure out what happened. Sion was watching over him until around Riyadh, and Lanfear murked her. And then the drag car killed Cheon, basically, is what happened.
Oh, wait, so she wasn't killed by she killed by Lanfear?
Yep. She was watching him in Teleron Riyadh.
I thought she was killed by was this a misdirect or something? Because I swear I thought it was because of the drag car.
So my understanding was that it was an intentional misdirect. That usually, if a drag car kills you, there's like they bite you, and there weren't like bite marks on Sienna. Was my understanding.
Oh, okay, all right, that makes sense. And I think if I remember correctly, like there's not really much else to say. Like just Matt's in the fight. Matt's like, God damn it, Rand, what the hell are you doing now? And all that. So, poor Matt can't seem to get Essendra to look at him and look at him at all. And I actually learned what happens to her too. Yeah.
Dude, now it's the less you're invested in Essendra, I think the happier you'll be with this book series.
Okay. All right.
Just like
the biggest thing here is Fardai Mai volunteering to be Rand's bodyguard and him accepting that. Like that.
Yeah, because I think what they said was if this is going to happen, then I like how the Aiel are freaked out over the Grey Men.
Yep.
Because they said Rourke says like if they're likely going to try with the Grey Men next, and so we have to have more people on him, and then the Maidens of the Spear take him up because he's a daughter, because he doesn't come from a clan or something.
He is the son of a maiden.
Yeah,
the whole thing behind the maidens and why the maidens are like incorrigible sluts for like the last 2,000 years is everything to do with this prophecy, being like, oh, I might give birth to the Karakarn.
Yes, which, by the way, Brian, depending on how Christian you are, who is the son of a maiden in our world?
Son of a maiden, son of a virgin.
We're celebrating his birthday in 8 days, Brian.
Jesus is what
Alex,
he's trying to get at.
The bigger question is, as far as religions go, is which deity is not the son of a maiden?
That's a valid point.
God the Father.
No, which is not.
What the fuck are we talking about?
We're talking about different deities that we no longer worship. That
we're talking about Jesus. I'm going to go back to looking at art.
Talking about my king.
Hercules, Harry Potter.
All right, let's get back to Harry Potter, guys.
So to answer Alex's question right here, there's a playlist of all the Wheel of Time book club streams. So Dragon Reborn would be in there. I could. Maybe I don't know. Is anyone got a wrench in here?
I do. What do you need?
Put a link to the playlist. I have the playlist on my channel of the Wheel of Time, all the book stuff.
Yes,
all right.
Sir.
But yeah, so they have to get he's like, you know what? We have to get to Alcair Dal. The stakes are raised because now the enemy is acting, and so now we're on 57. So we're at the beginning of the end. So it's too bad Pips isn't here because we encounter. So Rand has Usquai for the first time.
Yeah, buddy.
Rand has Usquai, and
drunk.
So I don't know. I don't know. Wait.
Damn.
So is this just like an initiation because he's being guarded by the maidens or something, or is this just like
the maidens are hard drinkers, man?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they love it.
So they get him drunk and then they put him to bed and then they tickle him. What's with the tickling part?
RJ had some fetishes, mate, and this is clearly one of them.
Okay, I'm reading this and I'm reading this and I'm laughing. I'm just like, what the hell is this? Is this even necessary? So
I would argue that this is the opposite of fetish work. That this is this is them trying to emphasize that he is their little brother. Like they hammered that home a lot. Now, if you want to argue that is fetish work, I will probably not push back on it. But
yeah,
this is a key thing to note with
it's kind of like this spanking.
Rand's relationships with the maidens.
The mating.
Okay.
Rand doesn't do a lot of mating in this.
That man another bee.
So it comes up in a later part but it's still in this section where Rand is going to Al-Kardal and Rand explicitly says, "The maidens carry my honor."
Yeah.
That it's a very pivotal statement that he says. He doesn't recognize the full implications of what it has for later books and whatnot. But I love it. I love everything about this. I love the fact that Rand is, he isn't just like a world savior and whatnot, but to certain people, the fact that he's the guy who's going to save the world means less to them than this is the son of a maiden. This is the first one to come back to us in our clique, our group, our society. We've for hundreds, if not thousands of years, if a woman has gotten pregnant who was a maiden and gave that baby up for adoption, that baby had good luck because it would be the son of a maiden and could potentially be who this prophesied figure is.
That's basically what happens, right? Every time a maiden has a kid, they have to give it up. I think that's Bio
not allowed, but those are good luck babies, and they'll find easy adoption because the prophecy is, if not this one, and a different one would be the Karakar, or he who comes with the dawn, the Karakar, the chief of chiefs, all that stuff. It all ties together so well, and then his relationship with not individual maidens, but the maidens as a society is also great, because there are maidens who treat him like a lost little brother. There are maidens who treat him like a son, and there can be maidens who treat him like a little brother, who are, about his age. There are maidens who treat him like a son, who are younger than him, who haven't even had a kid. It all that.
I think that's funny.
Yeah, well
it's wonderful, but it's something to kind of keep in mind here. And that one sentence, what he does, you'll come back to it on a reread or a third read, where it's like, yeah, that's where he basically came out and said, the maidens carry his honor.
Yeah.
So now you understand why the maidens give a shit about him.
For countless years, maidens who would not give up the spear have given their babes for the wise ones to hand to other women, none knowing where the child went or even whether boy or girl. Now a maiden's son has come back to us, and we know him. We will go to Al-Khair Dal for your honor, son of Shail, a maiden of the Shumai Tardad. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's the first one. The first one known to them.
Okay. What is more interesting, and to expand on Dane's already very poignant point, is that they're not the only ones that see it that way. Rand also sees it that way. Yeah. And so every time one of them dies, he takes it, as hard.
Shush, she hasn't gotten to that
I'm
part
not
yet.
going to spoil anything. He takes it as hard as if they were, a sister or a mother.
Rand doesn't take death lightly anyway, so I don't think.
And you know what a great part of that is too is like it's not just them treating him like, I think, because he thinks them are their women. He doesn't want them to fight. It takes them a really long time to accept their protection, and then eventually he has to come and say, it's like when they want to protect him, it's like, if you want to die for me, then I respect your free will choice to make that decision. So it's not just like a one-way street where they're just accepting him as the one that came back. He has to accept like them as well, and he does make that.
It sets up to you, right, Lady, but it sets up like a conflict, right? Just with that line that Dane pointed out, like it sets up a huge conflict for Rand going forwards, because right now he's like, he doesn't really understand what he's saying. Like when he tells the maiden, when he says to the maiden, say, "You
carry my honor.
You carry my honor." For him, that
What
means
does that mean?
he doesn't know what that means, but for them, it means something very specific. And you'll see that tension
like
play
he
out.
gave every single one of them a throne.
Not just that.
But that's the line in the actual book. It's like, it looked like he had given every single maiden who had heard that a throne, and every maiden who'd heard that, he had said that. It's just like he just crowned every single one of them. That's like the greatest gift ever given to a maiden of the spear.
He also gave them a purpose that he doesn't understand. going forwards, and he comes to understand that as he goes, right?
God, can you imagine being a stun dog? And like after hearing that, like the maidens are already incredibly insufferable, but now they've just been like they just like you said, they're given a crown and a throne. Like, God damn, these are going to be the most miserable people to drink with ever.
Oh yeah, can you imagine the fires with the Usquai around the fireplace?
Oh God,
it'd be intolerable.
Yep. Anyway, Rand pulls a Moses and makes it rain.
Yeah, that's way ahead. So apparently, so they get to Al Dal now. The stakes are getting high. There's a point I think where the one wise one, Bear, is that how you say it, Bear? The old woman, the elderly one. It's like, a tired man makes mistakes. You cannot afford mistakes today. So I'm like, oh, okay, shit's getting real. And then, the Shido are there. There's a whole bunch of other people. Apparently, the Cooladin was trying to keep them out and everything, or they wanted to keep Rand from going in. But let's just say Rand had some additional Tardad support that outnumbers the Shido. So this will never happen in the show. This whole scene will never happen in the show because the men's business is a thing here. So like the wise ones keep. So Moraine wants to go with him, and the wise ones are like, no, this is men's business. And heck, they even deny Lan the opportunity to go with. Rand says no to Lan. But Matt comes with him. And we get this as they're like, I think as they're going in, we hear a battle song. It's like, wash the spears while the sun climbs high, wash the spears while the sun falls low, wash the spears, who fears to die, wash the spears, no one I know. So what's with the wash the spears? Like, what's that supposed to mean?
It's a battle dirge. We already know that the Aiel don't sing because we have the Tuathon who are looking for the song. The only things that the Aiel, who are remnants of a remnant, already only sing are kind of battle dirges or battle songs, and then songs for the dead. So this is basically an Aiel. Yeah, we're about to go into battle. Let's sing a song. Kind of thing.
Yeah, and heck, sorry, Eldan.
Clean your weapons. Get ready.
Okay.
Keep your rifle by your side.
Yeah, I like how Matt here says Dovienya, Mia Dovienya Nisodin Sowendi. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Time to toss the dice.
Nah, it's the wrong one.
No, that's not the right one.
Doviende
se Tovia Sagan.
Yeah, it's something different. I don't think they say what it.
I think he says something like, they're about to toss the dice, I think is the translation.
They're about to take it. Yeah.
Trip says, how about to prepare to wash the spears with blood?
That makes more sense.
That's as well. It could be
Thanks,
either.
Trip.
I've always read that as either way. Either washing off after, or you're washing with. Matt says meat of union is it's not the same thing.
So all I could say is I think we can all agree that like when it came to writing songs and poetry, like Robert Jordan was not Tolkien.
I don't know. What is the one? We tore the world asunder and danced among the lightning. Like
we rose to the wind of the rising storm.
Yeah, that's the one.
We ran to the sound of the thunder. We danced amongst the lightning bolts and tore the world asunder.
Fucking slaps.
The best part of Crossroads, but only came at the end.
Potentially only good part of Crossroads. That's not
true. Wait, what's that? What's that
That's
from
probably
again?
why I don't remember it, because Crossroads. You say Crossroads, I go yeah, it's like Weevils.
Brian, there's a poem at the very end of Crossroads of Twilight, which everyone somewhat agrees is the slowest or worst story.
I think everyone. I don't think there's any
Yeah,
question. I think everybody, lovers, haters.
I've
yeah.
never met someone who's like, "Hey, Crossroads is my favorite book."
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there's an
It was one
epilogue,
person.
and the epilogue is a poem, and the poem is, "We ran to the sound of," or sorry, let me get it because I have it on the fucking shelf.
Let's see.
Just so I don't wreck this, because I've been drinking.
I just saw a weird list because I always like to look at the tier list of the books. I saw a weird list to put Lord of Chaos at 9.
Insane.
That doesn't exist.
I was like, wow, that is a weird list.
I'm going to take a random guess and say that they had all 3 of the Sanderson books in place.
No, Great Hunt was number 1.
You watch it, mate. I do. I have all 3 of the Sanderson books up higher, but Lord of
In
Chaos
places
is number
1,
for me,
2, and 3.
Memory of Light they had as 2.
Lord of Chaos
I think.
is 1.
No, all right.
Eye of the World was 3. It was like 3.
Brian?
3 was Eye of the World. Yeah. Sorry.
We rode on the winds of the rising storm. We ran to the sounds of the thunder. We danced among the lightning bolts and tore the world asunder. Anonymous fragment of a poem believed written near the end of the previous age, known by some as the Third Age, sometimes attributed to the Dragon Reborn.
So that's the Aiel basically. The Aiel basically get let loose on the world, and things pop off.
Some people did some things. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to spoil.
Yeah. And Trip, excellent call out here.
Yeah.
So
Which, I mean-
Elliot, Sons of Zulu, 46. The wiping of the axe or the washing of the spear ceremony is the cleansing ceremony for a returning warrior who has killed someone in battle. Okay, who's Elliot?
Right.
Is that poet or something? Or
Elliot's son says, I believe.
Elliot's
I'm gonna
son.
say it's T.S. Eliot or his son.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it's a poem.
okay. That's what I thought too. So going back to El Kerdal, so we meet a whole bunch of Aiel. We meet Manduin, we meet Baal, like
The tallest Aiel you'll ever meet is.
Yeah, I think what they say is like 7 feet or something.
Fuck yeah, he is.
Dude's a truck. Dude's an Aiel among Aiel.
Baal, Han. So we have Han, Jiren, and Aram, and then we meet Savannah, who is the wise one for the Shido or something.
Yeah.
So is there only one wise one per
clan
or something? Or
yeah,
sept, or I don't know. I yell are confusing. It's too much. And so Savannah.
There are a lot of wise ones.
That's true, yeah, because the parent has to kill 1,000 of them.
No, blah blah blah. Let's not get into that. Spoilers, but there's like there's not a set amount.
No, but they only have one representative. They only have
there's only one goes to the Wise One's council, basically.
There's like 12 clans, so there are only 12 clan chiefs.
Yeah.
Every clan has got a bunch of septs, and within the sept, like there's sept chiefs or whatever the fuck they're called. Who knows? But anyway, as far as wise ones go, I think there's actually contradictory language within the books about how many there would be. Early on, they're fairly rare. Later on, you find out it's like, oh, there's a shit ton of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's that. Yeah.
Part of that, I think, is the Wise Ones playing it close to the chest at the beginning. Is always my headcanon for explaining that.
Yeah, I reckon that's true as well because they didn't want Moraine to figure it out.
So
Moraine was there. Anyway, go ahead, Brian.
So everybody's assembled basically. I'm not going to even go through any more of the names, but everybody's assembled. And you know what I was expecting, and I'm sure I was expecting, Couladin just to basically say he's false, he's not the real deal, and he would have challenged Rand or something. I was really curious. Like I mean, this obviously the story was building up to this point. This was the part I was really excited for. I was like, what is going to happen? Are the Shido going to turn a whole bunch of other? Are the Shido going to turn a whole bunch of the other clans against Rand? So is Rand going to be at a disadvantage? And he's only going to have like maybe a quarter, maybe a fifth or a quarter of the IEL instead of having the entire thing, which is what he's aiming for here. What happened, I did not see coming. So apparently Cooladin himself also comes with the dawn, because we got here in the morning. We got here in the dawn. That's what it means. That's what it means.
Dude, the stupidest thing about
comes in the morning.
The reason this whole plan failed is because they picked Cooladin, the most hated freaking idiot in all of IEO culture. He's the most. Cooladin sucks so much.
Did you guys ever look at the title "He Who Comes with the Dawn" as something kind of dirty?
Yeah, because Elaine is she who comes with he who comes with the dawn.
Sorry.
So
No.
as Modian did that to Cooladin just so that nobody would know that he was gone.
No, so the idea was that Cooladin was. The expectation was that Cooladin was going to say, "I am also the Karakar, check out my dope ass dragons," and the Aiel would follow Cooladin because they're more familiar with Cooladin.
Yeah, he's an Aiel.
What Asmodean didn't get is, first of all, as Steve pointed out, everybody fucking hates Asmodean.
Cooladin sucks. Everybody hates him. He's the most. Except for the Shidio. Come on.
Let me finish. And in addition, they're asked the question about what did they see.
What did you see in Iridian?
And Cooladin's like, the Aiel were successful and we win and everything is awesome, because that's what the Aiel all want to hear. And Rand goes, "No, that's not what I saw." And the clan chiefs go, "Rand's right. That we do end up breaking. It sucks, but it's true. He's right."
Yeah,
So not only is Cooladin hated, he's an idiot. No, sorry.
Okay, but it's not that no one follows Cooladin, and this might be a semi-spoiler for the next.
Oh, plenty do.
It's not plenty. It's a fuck ton.
Oh, it's a fuck ton. No. You're not wrong. It takes a few books to actually get the scope of how many Aiel there are and how many are with Rand and how many are actually against them.
12 clans, but at the end of the day, it's not 1/12 that follows Cooladin or can't stomach the idea of Rand as Karakar. It's closer to a quarter, if not more.
Yeah.
And more importantly, what happens with Rand's revelation is it kind of starts this despondency, this cultural disbelief with the Aiel too, and that really carries on through the rest of the book.
Dane, is that counting people that just went nuts and ran? Are you counting that as part of the quarter, or are you counting?
There weren't a whole lot. So remember that Rand rushes to Alcardale precisely because Cooladin was going there. So not all the clans were there.
Right.
For the revelation. But then what we get in later books, we're not going to spoil this for Brian, but it's basically all right, broadly speaking, there's a despondency that falls over the Aiel, whether or not they can accept the revelation that Rand gives them here at Alcardale, that they used to follow the way of the leaf.
But you see this here. You see the start. You see the beginning of that here at the end of the day, with the ones that just bail, just fuck off. See you later. So you see the start of that.
It's not just fuck off, see you later. It's a culture that feels a deep responsibility for ancestors and what ancestors did. But if Giotto, honor and obligation is your whole thing, and what you've realized is ultimately your ancestors committed the worst type of sin, that they have a toe that's unattainable to meet throughout the generations. What are you going to do in order to kind of meet that?
Yeah, it's fuck
Right.
off. See you later. That's what
Or
they
like
do.
believing, or like realizing that everything you were taught and everything you believed about your people was wrong. I mean, it really kind of
Yeah.
goes to like what a lot of people are experiencing now,
So
considering
why
things and-
why
You just see that-
why was
some of them
why was Roydian? I mean, if so, I got a question.
Yeah.
To what extent? So I forget. Like, and I it's been a Dane. You can, because we talked about this. You can answer this. Well, you guys all probably already knows. When a
try
clan
not to
chief goes
spoil.
in, do they only experience part of what Rand experiences? Because I know they experience what their ancestors went through during that.
Yeah.
Those
So
times.
my own view is Rand is at least like 2.5, if not 3,000 years separated from the first memory that he has. So to me, it's like it would be inconceivable that any Aiel who rises to a clan chief would not have the same type of ancestral memory going back that far.
Yeah.
And that's just like take
Pure
3,000
mathematics.
take 3,000 years and 25 years per generation. Like, yeah, there are more people on Earth than it would be. So they probably all
shared ancestry,
or very close, very similar memories. And if not in the first memory, by the 8th memory, fuck yeah, they all know the same shit.
So how is the Karakarn? What do you have to do to be so they go in, they get one, each clan chief gets one dragon. I forget, what did Rand do in particular that gave him the second dragon?
Because
he did nothing. He got the second one because
he is the figure of prophecy. Nothing special about him. It's just like
he didn't do anything special. He just came out with 2 instead of 1.
Oh, that was it.
That's it.
So he just because he just went through.
He was marked twice.
Why was King Arthur able to pull the sword from the stone?
Exactly.
Not that he did anything
blood.
special. It's that he was just
prophesied.
To quote our African American.
So you got to think about it though. It's an irregularity, right? Every chief goes in there, they come out with 1. Then you have one that comes out with 2. That's special.
It's his Neo moment. It's just his Neo moment. Like he's the one. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you know.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the prophecy too. Twice and twice, right?
Because I was thinking like I forget
Stigmata, right? He has the 2 scars. He has the 2 dragons.
Yeah.
Marked twice.
Okay, so I thought he had to do something in particular in the glass columns to get that second thing that no one else could do. That's what I thought. I didn't know it was just no one bestowed on him because he's the dragon.
The thing he had to do that no one else could do was he had to go through it. That's the thing. No one.
Well, didn't all the clan chiefs go through it and then they get the one? That's why I was asking.
They have to survive it. And remember, there's plenty of people that can't survive the information that they get from this. And that's kind of the hint that it's not what Couladin is saying. Because if it was all like everything's coming up roses for the Aiel, like would so many people fail the test?
Yeah.
Mr. Fisher.
More tattoos.
It's extra badass. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so I guess that answers my question. I thought there was more to it. So
hey, when you were reading this, Brian, for the first time, did you figure out what had happened to Couladin to get what was going on with Couladin?
With what?
With him getting 2 tattoos and stuff?
Well, Asmodean, right?
Well, I know you eventually find that out, but I remember reading this and I'm like, oh, how did that happen? How did he pull that off?
Well, there was a point where I think he was talking to the peddler, where there was a chapter. I think it was earlier. I think it was Imri Stand chapter actually, where Couladin was talking to the peddlers because it was chapter 36 was the one where we meet the peddlers.
I thought Couladin got his finger paints and.
I'll be honest, Steve. I thought the exact same thing the first time.
I just thought he did.
I thought he did. I did too.
I just thought he did it himself.
That dude is committed. Can you imagine how much a tattoo, to do that manually would hurt?
I thought he just finger painted that shit on there.
That was actually, I was gonna be like, damn, I have way more respect for Couladin if he sat through a fucking 60-hour tattoo by hand from some maiden in the spear,
and then killed her ass. Oh,
yeah. That's the dude I want to follow.
so basically, yeah. So yeah, like Alex said. So like like Rand basically is able to kind of prove by by actually revealing and breaking the Aiel. I mean that's what they mean by breaking, right? By revealing all that stuff that they didn't know. Why was there's a question another question I had. I don't think we learned, but why was Roydian? Why was it like the rule to not talk about what was in Roydian?
For that
Because
reason.
just because for that reason.
For that exact reason.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
And don't you think it's interesting how it's like
maybe
you hear,
sit one person at a time and gently reveal
yeah,
it.
it's like
and
you hear
everything.
how Rand is going to break the world, right? And it's like you really think, okay, this is just going to happen because of wars and stuff. Like that's how it's initially presented, and then he starts revealing this information, and then you're like, he's breaking the world and breaking down the social order in like a lot of like early maybe ways you wouldn't have thought.
The entirety of Aiel culture with Ji'eto and what you find out about like honor, obligation, how they view the world, it's world devastating for them to find out that their ancestors were not great warriors. They were the ones who were sworn to basically the way of the leaf, who are the despised ones. They're the lost ones. It's the Tuatha, right? It's like they've committed, not them themselves, but their ancestors have committed the ultimate atrocity, and there's no way they'll be able to get their honor back.
Or Dane, it's not just that. It is that, but it's also the exact reverse of that. That for some of those Aiel that couldn't deal with it, some of them would have been like, every time I've touched a weapon, I've broken toes.
Broken the
So some of
ancestral
like,
spiritual line.
my entire life.
Yeah.
So like that's part of it as well. So you get both. You would get both reactions really.
Yeah. Plus the like, oh man, I thought my ancestors were dope ass warriors, and instead they're a bunch of bitches. Like this sucks.
I know it's so like antithetical to the Aiel way of life that I think a lot of people would have been like, I can't deal with the fact that knowing that my ancestors were complete pacifists that like wouldn't even pick up a sword to defend themselves.
Yeah, and like I said, and you get, but you get the opposite. I mean, you see this. Oh, you see this later as well, right? Like you see some of them that try and go back to the other way.
Couladin's brother couldn't hack it, right? This was a revelation to him that caused him to claw his own fucking eyes out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So what's going on to like everybody else?
Like, so just to move this, just to keep moving this. So there starts to be some fighting. I was like, oh shit, this is gonna get real. Rand's gonna be channeling. What's he gonna do? What's gonna happen? Causes rain to fall. So I'm assuming because it's a bowl. I think the Elkir Darn or whatever it's called fills up to keep them from fighting. And all of a sudden, Lanfear just shows up. It's like, you ruined my plans. I'm like, what plans? I was kind of disappointed. I wanted to see more. I wanted to see more Aiel fighting. I wanted to see that, and then Lanfear showed up. And
you know what? This bowl that fills up with water kind of reminds me of this other bowl plot that shows up later. What do you guys think? We're not talking about it because it's spoilers, but you know.
That's part of it.
But yeah, I said this to Nathan on Friday, and I was just like, I was kind of disappointed that Lanfear just kind of showed up, and then it became another chase the Forsaken deal, and I was just why didn't Asmodean do this stuff earlier? Like, why didn't he just hang out, just pretend he was sick, hang out in the wagon, and then just fuck off to skim to Roydion if he knew how to get in.
I think
and then just take the Terangriel and then get out, and that's it. Like Lanfear literally tells Rand what he's doing because Asmodean just lost interest in her plot or something. I don't know.
So there's a couple things. First of all, Asmodean is a little bitch.
Yeah, that I did gather.
So secondly, Asmodean's kind of keeping an eye on Rand. He's sort of thinking like, so long as Rand is kind of puttering along There's not really a rush. I'm not in any danger.
Yeah.
He's kind of trying to keep his identity a secret. And then when Rand kind of steps up and says, I am the dude, everybody get the fucking line. Asmodean kind of realizes, oh shit, it's time to go. And that's kind of what inspires him to bail out. And basically, okay, yes, he is a little bitch, but he's also now a little bitch who is in danger of dying. So being in danger of dying sort of supersedes his little bitch instincts.
Yeah.
I'm trying to come up with the best way of explaining it, but that's the best way that
That's pretty good, man.
So also, I think the arc of this book too is a lot of Rand going from being a reactive character where he's just reacting to things that happening to him, and then you go him to being a proactive character where he starts doing things, and especially at the end of this chapter and what happens in the next chapter, I think, if I remember correctly.
So I got a question. Why does Lanfear, what exactly? So was it just because the Aiel were broken that Lanfear's plans were ruined? I'm trying to understand. So obviously she means to keep him alive. I get that. So why did she just show up and say you ruined my plans, or my plans are ruined or something? Rand brings up traps or something, I think here.
That's a good question.
Dane, where are you, Dane?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, man. That's a good question. What was Lanfear's plan?
So I have been hard on this book. I admit that, and once again, I had higher expectations in my mind, but I don't know. I was just trying to put together why was this going on. So, and I'm sure there's a reason. You guys have read the books. You guys are experts, so I'm assuming there's a reason.
What's the question?
Why did Lanfear show up and say you ruined my plan? So was it because that Aiel started fighting? Dane, answer. I'm sure you know.
My answer here is Lanfear's plan is she brought Asmodean to train Rand.
That's it.
Yeah.
Asmodean, what he's doing here now is going off on his own to try and get the Choden Call
himself.
Oh yeah,
in Ruidian.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's the Choden Call.
And if he succeeds, remember, this is prior to Rand defeating him. This is Asmodean is going off, and if he succeeds in this quest, he'll have the most powerful Angreal ever created. They'll have the access key.
So that is the most powerful.
It's like orders of magnitude stronger than Kalendor, and can just be used.
Here's Kalendor, and I don't have an arm long enough to express.
Does she say it in this one with the male and the female? You can challenge the dark one.
Yeah. She says it in the Dragon Reborn.
Okay, so
but her plan was, we're going to get Asmodean to be your trainer. You don't know the one power. You don't know how to channel. Her whole thing was basically, let's get Asmodean in order to train you. But now, in this instance right here, Asmodean's gone rogue.
Yeah.
And that's why the plans are all fucked up.
Yeah.
And so basically Lanfear just kind of shows up and says, hey, he's going to do this. You got to stop him, basically.
Well, it's so I think Lanfear was hoping that, Asmodean was going to stick around. And when Rand scared him off, because Asmodean was basically scared of Lanfear.
He ran at the first sign of trouble or something. At least.
So Rand scared him bad enough to not be with Lanfear, to not follow Lanfear's instructions. So that was basically what she meant. Is Rand with his, I am destiny speech.
But why now? Why not earlier? Why? Because this was days after that encounter, wasn't it?
No, Asmodean saw Rand give the speech and then bring down the rain, which was quite the magical flex.
Yeah.
And Asmodean basically went, I need to get the fuck out of here, or I'm going to end up getting trucked between Lanfear and Rand. And so, that inspired Asmodean to go rogue and try and double cross Lanfear to make a run for the Choden Call.
That was part of her plan too, right? The Choden Call was part of her plan as well.
Yes, because Lanfear's ultimate goal is for Rand and Lanfear to use the Choden Call to defeat the Dark.
Lanfear didn't know if the Choden Call was actually at Ruidian. Like she knew that they existed. She knew there were access keys, but I think it was
Asmodean. Didn't you know he was going for it though, or am I misremembering?
Asmodean probably clued in with all he was doing that there was at least the male access key in Ruidian.
Yeah, I think she knows. I thought she knew that he was going for that because of what he saw.
But even by the end of it, this is not a spoiler for Brian, but Lanfear does not know that there is a female access key for the Choden Call in Ruidian as well, because that's the one thing that Rand is able to keep from her at the end.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Brian, quick question for you. Do you have any idea what the fuck we're talking about a Choden Call?
Oh, yeah, the Choden Call is what they encountered. They encountered a big version of it. I don't know if that's supposed to be a replica in Kyrian.
That's the actual thing.
That's the actual thing.
The statue in Rodian's the access.
So So the Angriel is the which one's the access key?
The statue.
The statuettes are an access key. But
the statuettes are the remote control, and then the giant thing that actually produces the power is that statue that they were excavating.
Big one, nuclear missile. Little one, nuclear missile launch codes.
Oh, I see.
So you can use it from anywhere, yeah.
And just to refresh, because you've encountered this, so it's the Tremoncian village in Kyrian.
Yeah.
Between that's when you see the male Sangreal Choden Call, but you get introduced to the female one with Baal Doman in the very first book, where he talks about the hand on Tremalke.
Yeah, on the island, it's like a sea folks thing.
Doesn't Rand pass out or something, passing it, going to Kirheen or something? Something happens.
Yeah,
he gets kind of entranced.
He has an episode
moment.
So yeah, it's just an accident. Yeah, the actual song girl is the statue. The little ones are the way to use it basically anywhere.
Turns it on. It's a switch.
So
the Choden Call it Natron's Barrow.
What's that?
Spoiler.
Yeah,
spoiler, but no.
No, the only time they do that is when
he might.
No,
he might.
Yeah.
Well,
He
I'll have
does,
to read that
100%.
again.
That's
Because he brings something with him in his pouch.
That's why it's
anyways
longer. Yeah, that's
So
why
I thought it was. I was just like, what? I'm reading this final chapter, Traps of Rodion, and so my initial thought, because I looked at the names of the chapters when I first started reading this, I thought Rodion was going to have some additional trials or something. That's what I thought this was about or something. No. It's just chasing Asmodean leaving, I think he leaves some floating ribbons that are actually razor blades, like floating razor blades, and you can't see them from the side. So if you run into them, they kill your ass. So I'm guessing that's what the Traps of Rodion are. But I thought the skimming part was pretty fun. That sounds back to Eye of the World, Dane. That
goes on to be really important later. And Rand doesn't quite get his foot out of one of the gateways.
So Dane,
that's with later.
It's the same ability he used in Eye of the World, right? At the end, with when right after the battle, he finds those steps and he goes into the portal or something, and that leads to I forget. He defeats Balsamon in Teleron Riyadh, right? Was that Teleron Riyadh in the Eye of the World?
It's unclear, but it's part of it. Eye of the World, written from Rand's point of view, where he doesn't know what's going on, and some of this could be filling in the blanks later.
So it's all mostly unreliable narration or something.
That being said, it could simply be the author didn't know yet either.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
True.
Right. So we have to treat that with a grain of salt. But what we do have here at the end of The Shadow Rising is we're getting the first inkling of what is the difference between skimming versus traveling. And skimming is a slower type of moving from place to place that doesn't require knowing your starting location or your ending location in exact detail.
So, because I remember, so Rand's basically in this to me felt like a level in a 3D Super Mario game. You know, you're in a dark area and there's platforms just showing up, lighting up in your path and all that.
Yep.
And then Asmodean is basically the Silver Surfer. He has his own. He's flying around this platform like the Silver Surfer, the Green Goblin type of deal. At least that's how I imagined this. That's how I was envisioning.
Asmodean is subject to the same restraints as Rand would be. If
he's just
if you know point A and point B, here's the best way to explain it. If you know point A and point B, and let's say you have a sheet, you know point A, point B, you fold space. You go through it. At least if you're a dude.
Yeah.
Done. If you don't know, you exit from reality and you skim across some extra dimension and then you enter where you're supposed to be.
I thought that was an interesting thing. That I'll give this when Rand opens that, it creates a portal and there's a little image of it in the wiki. My bad. He folds and was it folds or bends reality? I think folds reality. I was trying to imagine. I was just like, does that just mean he cuts through a door, or did he literally like I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to.
No, here's the thing again. Like with Balefire or whatnot. Like all of us, we kind of get lost in what gets revealed at what point in time. But both men and women know how to travel, like create portals. Both men and women know how to do skimming, which is slower going from point A to point B, but is easier in that you don't need to know point A or point B.
Mm-hmm.
But the mechanics of doing it are different.
Okay.
So if a man tried to travel like a woman travels, they would destroy the universe, or like it wouldn't succeed. So when I try and do the metaphor of the folding kind of sheet of paper, like you get that because you saw Interstellar and you kind of know what's up. It's different for women, but skimming, because Asmodean does not know what Ruidian looks like or how to get there. That's his way to get.
Or you could think of it like a book and you're like, okay, I'm going to travel. I know that the place I want to go to is on page 57. So you look it up here. I starting here. I'm going to page 57. Or skimming, you're just like, I think I know where I'm going. I kind of have an idea. It's in this chapter.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this. No, that's not where I'm going. I always felt like there was a different like dimensional shift or something. But either way, there's no real explanation of serious hardcore. This isn't hard science fiction. So I didn't get lost in it. I just thought that was interesting that there was two different ways, and it seemed like the plot kind of needed like a more forgiving way to travel.
Yeah.
But I also like the fact that, you know, there's different ways that men and women do stuff, and I love that that's a theme, an ongoing theme in a lot of different levels in the book is that the gender complementarianism.
Yeah. Okay. So wait, so skimming a male thing only then?
No.
Okay.
You've got female channelers that skim later on, but it's a mechanics thing. Is Asmodean might not know his end destination because it's been shrouded in fog, so he can't get there immediately. He hasn't been there before, but that's ultimately kind of why he chooses the slow method. But Rand has got no better, quicker method for getting there either, and that's why he skims after Asmodean.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I like how he has to dive. He sees Asmodean jump into a portal, and he has to dive into the portal. I think he loses like a part of his boot or something as a result.
Yeah, his heel doesn't clear, and his heel gets like the boot of his cut off, which is really important with a bunch of stuff that happens later. So remember that.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
all right.
what?
You know, it's a Sandersonianism that like drives us both crazy. How some of these things get used.
Anything Sanderson does is not significant.
You should.
Like I said,
You should finish it yourself then, Dane, and then we'll compare the two. You write the last 3 books, and then I'll read both and we'll compare them. Until then,
Dad, I just want you to remember this is who you are camped with on the Elaine issue.
Yeah, I know.
We don't have to agree on everything.
Wait, does Aldan like Elaine too?
Yes.
Oh my god, 2 Elaine Sims. Oh,
Aldan and I are like Elaine Sims, but Aldan really likes Sanderson, and I've got issues. But
I just think that unless you've written the last 3 books yourself, you shouldn't pass judgment on the bloke who did. That's just what I think. But anyway,
Aldan, what I'll say is like I think those books were better than we had any right to expect.
yeah,
I agree.
But they weren't Robert Jordan's books.
But who would expect?
But that being said, they weren't Robert Jordan. But at that stage of the books, I don't think we would have gotten a wrap up of the series within 3 books. I think we would have gotten several more books. It would have taken a lot more time, but
I don't think RJ ever would have finished it, mate. And then that might be a hot take. Yeah, I know, but that might be a hot take. But I think that with everything, yeah. Anyway, this is completely another topic.
This is a tangent. But Aldan, what I will admit is like it's an impossible task in order to wrap up everything that Robert Jordan had going. If you were going to do every plot point done to
yeah,
impossible task, and all we can do, I agree, it's Monday morning quarterbacking.
Yeah.
I can still point out what that is. I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe
but to say for sure, but have statements like disregard everything Sanderson did. That you're better than that, Dane. You're better than that, Dane.
I'll retract.
Thank you.
I will.
All I have to say is my appreciation of Sanderson is greater since I've had a great Australian friend that read the first few chapters of me very enthusiastically. I'm going to say that was better than the audiobook thing because I actually listened to a lot of the audiobooks. So I really appreciate that, Aldan. And I've honestly tried to give Sanderson like a chance. And
you're welcome.
I don't ultimately think he's for me, but I really appreciate that he did write that and he finished this.
Yeah, he's not for everyone. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I have
no comments. I don't care if it is Monday morning quarterbacking. Andrew was throwing into triple coverage and he deserved to get intercepted.
Okay. All right.
Back to the show.
Let's finish this
let's. We're 3.5 hours, and we got. I know you guys want to. I know you guys. It's
Brian's like, who the fuck is Androl?
No.
Yeah, exactly. So
I think Andrew gets mentioned in the next book.
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
So they're in Rhodion. They're just destroying the place. They're just tearing the shit out of that place with the one power, and they fight over the what is it called, the Shodan? Was it the Shodan Call again? Is that what's called? Shodan Call. And they were rolling over it, and I was just thinking once again. I was thinking of the Three Stooges. I'm like, you just need Lanfear to just no. Sorry, you need Nynaeve or Elaine there with their staves to knock out the wrong person. In that case, would be Rand, and then Asmodean would win the day, and then the Wheel of Time would be over. Okay, no, that's not true. But I don't know. I just thought of that. I thought it was dumb.
I have the weirdest headcanon of the Choden Call being like an Emmy.
An
And
Emmy.
so-
I think it's
so-
an Oscar. Isn't it?
No, it's not an Oscar, it's an Emmy because it's like holding the thing. And I've actually held one
Holding
before and they're quite big and heavy. So
So I liked how
Not quite.
I liked how that little fat round faced
Fat
Aaron Sangreal was the true hero of this
fat man.
of this book. Yeah.
Fat Man Angriel is
Yeah,
such a
because-
deciding factor.
So okay, so
Consistently
Dane, so
throughout
Dane,
the
so he
series.
cuts off the wires or the wires of the black wires of Asmodean, so he's cut off from the dark one.
Yeah.
So what does that mean exactly? Does that mean he's
So-
subjected to the taint or something now?
Yeah. So in essence, if you've sworn your soul to the Dark One, what's implied is you are protected from the taint on Sidene. So Agenor and Balthamel and other characters we've met so far, even Ravine Belal, like they're not risking their sanity by tapping the power that they use.
right, because it's that true power protection. Is that it?
No, it's not
No?
true. It's more they have a connection with the Dark One, which basically siphons off that filth, that scum that lays on top of Sidene.
That oily
The-
residue.
Yeah, they don't consume it. So what's happening here, and we harken back to the first book where he saw that same connection to Balsamon, who we find out is Ishamael, and he severed it. But what he does here against Asmodean, he severs the same connection, and that causes a shock. Being like, all of a sudden, all that fucking filth, all that disgusting vileness, everything I'm sucking in, or would be if I was connected to the true source, it's no longer going to the Dark One. It's no longer being recycled back in his own vileness. Now it's into my soul. So
Yeah.
just imagine basically the feeling of that, taking a pure, clean, wonderful source enhancing life, and then getting that on top of it, but 1,000-fold because of what you're channeling it through. That's what that is what happens to Asmodean right here when Rand severs that connection.
And so, and the same thing. You said so it's the same thing, the same chord that Balsamon had. So, but it doesn't seem like the same effect happened to Balsamon. Didn't seem like much happened to Balsamon, except being.
All right, so Steve, I'm
No,
gonna,
it did.
I'm going
It-
to call you out on this one.
Me or Brian?
Steve.
Steve.
Wait, what did
I don't know,
Steve
you're,
say?
you're looking way too comfortable. The question that I'm going to ask is,
I'm looking at articles. Sorry.
my interpretation of this was always that it was a true power filter. You know, much in the way that filters were used in other instances to cleanse, to utilize the male half of the one power. That that's not what we're seeing.
No, because the true power, what gets established later, and Brian's still kind of in the middle of this. What the fuck is the true power type of shit? Although the hints are there in the early prologue.
So there's so it's different from the one power.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you reread the prologue of the very first book, it gets hinted at very strongly that Balsamon or Ishamael is not using the same thing as the one power. I follow a different power now. Be healed, Lewis Theron, and shit happens.
Ain't
right?
Lucerne.
Go again.
What? Are
I
you
just
so,
don't-
oh
Go again.
when he says, "Are you so far gone in the taint, Lucerne?"
Oh, okay.
But ultimately, what this is kind of what gets established is that excessive use of the true power will drive you nuts as well, but that it's different from the taint on the one power. So it seems
Okay.
to be implying that the taint on the one power, if you have sworn your soul to the Dark One, he'll protect you
Yeah,
from
like
that.
if you're in the taint already because of the dark one, like can you be tainted by it? I don't think so, but it reminds me of the same thing with Token because I'm reading the Similarian where they're like, hey, if you're like a mortal person and you go to Valinor, like which is like kind of the magical heaven, you're not going to get immortal life. It's just going to drain you more of your power. So I don't know if that's the same thing. But as long as you're under the like, I've sold my soul to the dark one, I get the protection from the taint kind of a thing. That's
Well,
how I got it.
But there's further hints of this that we've got notes of dreadlords who were active in the Trolloc Wars, right? So this is a full 1,000 years after the whole War of Power. All the Forsaken are tied up, but it's
So are dreadlords basically like the Black Aja? Like they're just bad? They're Dark Friend Aes Sedai or something?
They could be male channelers
Male.
too.
Yeah, male channel. It's like male channelers, maybe fades.
Male or
Well,
female.
dreadlords can be male or female. It doesn't mean
with the taint. Do they have the taint? Are they all insane?
But that's because if they swore their soul to the Dark One provides them protection from the madness, and that's what the Black Cord is.
Oh, okay.
That's my
That's
head
how I
canon,
always
but
know.
I think it's well established in lore and books and whatnot. But that's what's going on here. Is Rand is looking for the Black Cord, which is the connection to the Dark One, and trying to sever it, precisely because, at least in Asmodean's case, that would create a shock effect, being like, oh, now I've been cut off from the Dark One, but now I've been fully susceptible to the taint. And that's what happens in this chapter, in my view. And feel free to dispute me on this, but I think I read the books more than you.
No, I think the text supports that, and I'm going to have to adjust my headcanon.
No, that's what I always wondered about that. Is it raise questions to the fact, like, is the taint something that could be lifted? Is there something that could protect you from the taint? Is there something that the Dark One is protecting his minions from the taint with? It's like start like
in a couple of books, we'll talk about Master
we'll find out.
And
there's some certain people that don't seem to have like the effects of these certain things, and it's whether they have like some like modicum of Taviran power. And you guys know who I'm talking about because I'm always asking if you have tickets to the Logain train. But like, hey,
Excellent point. All right.
Anyway.
Last chapter, Brian.
Well, we're already in the last chapter, so yeah. So the Choden Call has already been they fought over it, and Rand uses the Sangreal to basically sever, and defeat Asmodean. So now I think
he and Asmodean are touching the same statuette going for the Choden Call, so they get 50-50 in terms of their power levels there. Right, they're wrestling with it.
Yeah,
so they're
it's
each
like
able
tug
to
of war. Yeah,
each able to siphon off half.
And then the Sangreal is what causes him to win. He's able to.
No, it's the fat man Angreal.
Okay, Angreal. Yeah, that's what. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So
I thought it was a Sangreal. I forget.
So it's a
the
little
same
bit
thing
more...
that he used for the Portal Stone, obviously.
Yeah. So that little thing, just one-on-one, he would be like Asmodean. I think is tier level 3 or 4 for male channelers, so he's not as high as Rand is. But in the grand
at this point or later,
just in terms of power ability, Rand's already kind of scaled up towards the top, but it's
Asmodean
basically
is super weak.
Asmodean is one of the weaker ones of the male Forsaken, which still puts him above female Forsaken, except that what you find out later is female Forsaken or female channelers in general are better at handling multiple weaves, and that's what explains how Lanfear is able to basically shield Asmodean at the end of this book, such that Asmodean is only able to channel a trickle of the power, where in terms of raw strength, he's actually stronger than Lanfear is. But that doesn't matter, because Lanfear is more dexterous with her weaves. But in this fight here, it's basically like you got a level 1 and a level 3 dude, and they've both got a level 1000 device, which is the Choden Call that they're dividing between themselves 500 apiece. So you
Yeah.
got 501 versus 503. And then Rand has got like the 10 points or whatever to put him above.
Yeah, just that just enough for an edge to win.
Yep.
And all
But the
that.
really
to
important
sever
thing
them
that
off.
happens here is that they realize, hey, we can actually like. Rand realizes, like, hey, I can get Asmodean to freaking teach me shit, and I don't have this. I don't have to be part of Lanfear's like plan or anything. I can just get him to do this.
No, but that was Lanfear's plan the whole time.
It was her plan, but it's like he's kind of cut her out it because he's aware of what she's doing.
Yeah, because that she told her his plan. Or
Mhm.
no, wait, she told her.
She
her
told
plan.
him her plan. She told him her plan. She shielded
Wait a
him
sec.
when he was great.
Too much to drink. All right, so let's get this. Let's finish this book. So Lanfear shows up, and then she right away. I think she shields. She's the one that I thought for a second. I thought Rand shielded him.
Yeah.
First, I thought he got. I thought he got gentle, but no, he got shielded by
Rand
Lanfear.
cut him off.
Yeah.
Basically defeated him.
Yeah, and so Lanfear shields him and basically discards him. She's like, "Yeah, you're. I'm done with you. I'm done with you, bitch." And then I think, and it's just at this point, Rand realizes Mierin is Lanfear from the vision, from the glass columns and all that.
If you'll note, he called her Mirren back in the Stone of Tyr.
Yep,
he did.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. So
he had a flash of a previous life's memory right there. So yes, it's been hinted at, but he wasn't conscious of what he was saying.
Yeah.
That's the defense. But this is why you hang out with us. We'll point out the shit where it's just like.
So apparently he accidentally does balefire too. Is that this? Like Lanfear tries to weave something and Rand tries to stop it, and he accidentally does balefire.
Yeah, I think he does that, but he misses against Asmodean. Like he swath of balefire across the.
I have so many questions about Balefire. It's like Moraine learns it. It's like, where did she learn it from? She says she's become more dangerous.
So I got a question. True power, is that different from the true source?
Yeah.
The one source, the one power. Yeah.
Okay.
The one power comes from the true source. The true power comes from the dark one. Outstanding human convention.
Okay. So he hurled. Rand could not let her kill the man, but he was too tired to touch a true source unaided. He could barely sense it. A dim glow just out of sight. For an instant, his hands tightened on the stone man with the crystal sphere. If he reached through to the huge Sa'angreal and Kyrian again now, that much of the power might destroy him. Instead, he reached through the carving in his waistband with the Angreal. It was feeble flow, a hair-thin trickle compared to the other, but he was too wary to pull more. He hurled it all between the two Forsaken, hoping to distract her, if nothing else. A bar of white-hot fire, 10 feet tall, streaked between the pair in a blur surrounded by arcing blue lightning, searing a pace deep groove across the square, a smooth-sided gash glowing with melted earth and stone. The fiery shaft struck a green-streaked palace wall and exploded. The roar buried in the rumble of collapsing marble.
Balefire.
Yeah, so that's Balefire. Okay.
Wait a second. That's not. Is that Balefire? Everything would have winked out. Like there wouldn't be
White
rumble.
bar with blue lightning.
Yep.
But then why did everything disappear out of existence?
It did. That's why it described itself as a.
But it crumbled to. It said it blew up and crumbled. Just there. Is that what? I always thought it was Balefire, but that description shows something exploding, which shouldn't happen with Balefire.
If you shoot a Balefire blast through a building and you knock down 9 support beams on the way.
Okay, so it's just the building crumbling. Okay, I mean, I always obviously
I love it.
Yeah, Balefire melts steel beams.
Yeah.
I'm like jet fuel.
So Balefire, and then I think then Lanfear's just like, I'm gonna leave, and then she leaves.
I don't know that it was by mistake though. I don't know that I don't think he did it by mistake. I think he did it fully on purpose. I think he did.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a mistaken channeling of Balefire. I think he.
I always
intended
think
on
it's
doing
interesting
Balefire.
here in these early chapters is you realize that people that can see a weave can like copy it, like Nynaeve does that in her like accepted test, and then you see like, oh, like Rand remembers something that he saw when he was fighting a Shamael, so now he knows traveling, and now he is learning Balefire. So there's some precedents being set, some people learning things.
It's true.
Things that were long forgotten are now being remembered.
Yeah. So just to kind of wrap this up. So apparently, Rand tells her that he doesn't want people to die because he means to use them or something. So is that just his way of just kind of keeping her off his back or something like that? Because obviously he doesn't want to kill her because she's a woman. I think is the main reason, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So is that just a Two Rivers thing? Because I know Matt had the same issue.
So
Rand thing.
What about Perrin?
Perrin's kind of all right with it.
Well, he doesn't really mention it, does he?
It doesn't really come up with Perrin as much.
Doesn't really come up, yeah.
He doesn't sweat it as much.
He doesn't talk about like not being able to kill.
All characters from the Two Rivers, so you'll hear the same ethos from Perrin and from Matt, but with Rand it turns into a kind of pathology.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So just be mindful of it.
Okay.
Rand is also starting to change in this point. You'll start being like, how can I use somebody? I don't think that's a very, compared to the other two books that we've read, that's not a very Rand-like thought. He's generally more an altruistic person. However, he's starting to realize that he has to do certain things. So he has to like use people
But whether or not that's him going mad versus...
I don't think it's him going mad. It's him just realizing the reality of a situation.
Which is an interesting theme in and of itself, right? So if we have to observe Rand's character arc as...
This is like going to Dark Rand.
Is he changing because he's going insane, because he's tapping into a power that turns him insane, versus... is he changing because of his circumstances are forcing him to become kind of this Machiavellian political creature? And what's worse?
He's out of his depth. He has no idea what to do. So this is where he lands.
But
both. Yeah.
Honestly, I think this is an interesting thought experiment or thing to explore. To what extent does our Darth Rand, and sorry for Brian here, like, yeah, Rand turns kind of into, like, it's gradual. It takes several books, but he turns from a hero into someone maybe you don't want to root for. But how much of that is due to the taint on Sidene and the Dark One's influence, and how much is it just simple circumstance?
It's an open debate.
Disagree. I never enjoyed Rand more than when he was Darth Rand. Also, my favorite part of this is like he's just like, I'm not going to use people to manipulate them, and Lanfear is just like, I have never been drier in my life.
When was The Eye of the World made? Well, I know it was published in early 1990. So,
first book like that.
You mean the book or the eye? The actual eye.
I do love this, like, Rand's character arc where he starts down the Darth Rand arc, because it really is somebody's, like, the way I read it, it's like somebody's descent into Dillism, where he's like, how can I use this person? Where it goes from, like, it's not just him learning his power, it's him going to Carrion and realizing, like, I could play the game of houses. Like, people can die. I can will this because people are so curious about who I am. They're willing to send assassins after, like, Tom Maryland and his girlfriend and stuff like that. he realizes he can use people, and it really becomes like important later on when he has a choice to make. Do I want to be the person that uses people, or do I want to accept my fate and stop fighting against it and start doing things that are good, and instead of using people to help myself, use them to help this greater problem that we're facing. That's why I love this series. That's why like Rand is going to be my favorite character ever in this series. And I love this character arc. I love the choice he has to make, and ultimately, like, it's just great. And he has to make it by himself, and he does it kind of.
It's also
I mean,
mixed
yeah,
in there with not being able to trust anybody. He doesn't
Absolutely.
trust anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see more stuff like that, you know, and that's kind of, I mean, that's kind of why I felt like there was not enough of that in this book, and that's kind of why I got bored with it.
It's a slow burn. It's a slow burn.
His paranoia reaches new levels here coming up soon. He starts getting so paranoid, and I don't know that it's not warranted. His paranoia isn't. He's paranoid for good reason. A lot of the time, because around
his
every
paranoia is
corner,
good reason after the 6th book, but right now it's just like he's just being prudent.
Yeah. No. I'm not saying the paranoid. There's a reason for it, and he needs. How many times would be dead if he wasn't being paranoid, right? I mean, like it's just. But
you're not paranoid if they're out to get you.
That's true too. Yeah, I guess his sense of being backstabbed is heightened to a sense that he's in danger at all times. Yeah.
All I say is I like the stuff that's being established here. It's a very interesting character arc, and it's very realistic because, like, I don't know. I read this book in a time of my life where I was very black-pilled. I was very like, I could see, like, how can I use this person or something like that. I could relate to what Rand was going through, and then I got to the point where he does certain things in certain later books, and I'm like, it's good to read a story about hope again, and that's why I ultimately love this book. So.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's hard not to give you spoilers, but I don't want to ruin it.
I understand. Yeah, I just but yeah, just like he gets like just to kind of so Lanfear leaves, he goes back to him and Asmodean, or Jor Adam Nessasin is his name. I'm guessing now he's just kind of going to be there with him and all that, and
kind of hanging out like some weirdo Keith Richards or something.
So I'm curious what more is going to happen with Asmodean and everything. So yeah, so I'm just curious about that, and of course didn't they say a lake? There's a lake now in Rodion or something.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
was there rain and did he cast rain or
the fog? Yeah, guess they.
The fog.
The fog. He
There's
lifted the fog in the fountain.
There's Rand
erupted.
like bringing water up through the fountain.
There's an underground water table. Yeah, there's an underground water table he senses, and he pushes it. He just summons.
Because I know he accesses the water earlier with when he's in there with Matt. So
right. So so that in turn caused the lake and everything to flow. So he unstopped whatever was stopped, keeping water from flowing in Rodion.
Okay. All right, so
he fixed the palace outside of the Bellagio.
So it looks like so a city has been. It looks like a city is going to be established in the Waste. Radiant's going to be a city or something in the future.
Maybe.
So, yeah, and he gets back and. I believe, I think so Rand has both of them now. Rand has the male and the female.
Indeed.
Shonen Call.
The access keys, yep.
So I'm curious. So the Shido left. Obviously, we knew the Shido were going to leave. I was kind of hoping to see it play out, firsthand, but
we didn't find out.
Yeah. So apparently, a bunch of other clans were not sure, so they just left and stuff. Or something they were going to see, so
yep.
And that's basically that's it. That's basically the end of the fourth book. So Rand looked back up at the people on the ledge, all of them watching, waiting,
It will be a long road back. Bale turned his face away, long and bloody. The Aiel faces did not change. Egwene half stretched out a hand toward him, eyes pained, but he ignored her. When the rest of the clan chiefs come, it begins. It began long ago, Rourke said quietly. The question is where and how it ends. For that, Rand had no answer. Turning the dapple, he rode slowly across the canyon, surrounded by his peculiar retinue. Aiel parted in front of him, staring, waiting. The night's cold was already coming on. And when the blood was sprinkled on ground where nothing could grow, the children of the dragon did spring up, the people of the dragon, armed to dance with death. And he did call them forth from the wasted lands, and they did shake the world with battle. From the Wheel of Time by Suleiman Sobagad, chief historian of the Count of at the Court of the Sun, the Fourth Age, the end of the fourth book of the Wheel of Time. So, all right, we're done with the book. So, this discussion so I really appreciate you guys. This discussion has really helped me. It has elevated my
lot going on.
So this particular stream right now has helped elevate my opinion on the final chapters.
There's just so much that gets established, and so much foreshadowing, and so much like.
See, the thing is, there's too much foreshadowing. Like I am sick of. I'm kind of getting tired of the prophecies. Like they're not even interesting me anymore.
I think you were expecting an Aiel versus Aiel payoff or something, like a big war battle like in the Waste. I think might have been your expectation.
I was expecting him to have to flee. Like I was expecting Rand and a few of the other Aiel to flee and something and have to regroup.
You're not done with that. Fires of Heaven. It starts. Rampant, there's lots to go on. Lots of Aiel. I think part of what you were hoping for from the Aiel stuff is probably going to come at the beginning of Fires of Heaven. So at least I don't know. Probably.
I'll be honest. I wasn't a big fan of the Bubbles of Evil idea. I mean, I guess it was just a way to expand the stakes of the Dark One himself. It just came out. It just feel like it came out of left field.
Out of nowhere. Yeah.
I know it was in the Great Hunt. I know the Wind because I remember the Wind in the beginning of the Great Hunt when Rand and Lan are training in Feldara. Like I know that was a bubble too. So
the Bubbles of Evil are going to get terrifying as the Dark One gets more powerful.
As the seals are, I think at this point, how many seals are broken? 3 out of the 7. I know the one.
3, yeah,
because I know the one.
There's 3.
I think it wasn't the one that Bail Doman had eventually got broken. I think because I know it got into the hands of High Lord Turok and the Shan-Chan.
I don't think Turok ever broke it.
No, I think it's still intact.
Yeah. The other thing
I'm not sure.
The other thing is, the actual like physical breaking of them is not necessarily everything.
The 3 seals that you've seen to the series so far are broken. So there was a broken seal at the Eye of the World, and both the seals at Falma were broken.
And so there was another seal at Falma.
Yeah, there was one that Bail Doman had, and there was one that Turok had himself, and they were both broken at the end of it.
Okay, I thought the one got into the hands of Turok, the one that Doman had.
But that's what Turok recognized. What Doman had was Quendiar, was because he had one of his own, and they were both broken by the end of it.
So I got a question. I thought so. The Quendiar are unbreakable. Like, so do they break themselves? Do they break themselves?
What? Is
it the dark? Is it the Dark One that's breaking them? Who's breaking them?
It's the influence of the Dark One that's eroding the power of the Quendiar of the original seals. What's going on? But what was different was the seal that they found in Tyr was not broken. So that was the first incident at the end of the Dragon Reborn, where they found a seal, but it was whole.
Mhm.
So that one was not broken. And then at the end of this book here, the fourth book, TSR, we've got another seal, which is found in the Penarch's Palace, also
Yeah.
not broken. There are 2 more you'll have to discover, but so far, 3 are broken, 2 are unbroken, 2 are undiscovered, and that's your
So,
current status.
what's the account? Is the one in tier accounted for? Is it still in
Rand
tier?
has it,
Did
doesn't
someone
he?
Rand? Who has it?
Doesn't
Curious.
Rand have it at this point? I think
It's
he's hidden it
kind-
away,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
but
because
it
he puts
gets
it. He
sent-
puts it with the chosen calls. Yeah, he's got it.
Now, yeah, it's supposed to be sent to Tarvalon, but I don't think that's there. And I think actually at the end of this one, there's also a seal in Ruidian.
Yep, that's
Maybe that's the one. I know he puts one away, 1 or 2 away with the chosen calls in his little stash, but I know he's got at least. I know he ends up with. I know he's got 1 at this point. I don't know. It might be
the
the
most
Rodion one.
important thing, and I think we can all agree on this, is that the Amerlin seat is watching none of them.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. She's like failing at the Watcher of the Seals. Like,
Yeah, because anything that gets into their hands, they lose.
It's
Yeah.
our first title. Flame of Tarvalon, Watcher of the Seals. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever.
Yeah.
So I think for me, I'm just gonna name my S tier chapters here. So I really enjoyed the Stone Stands.
Oh, yeah.
Rumors chapter 13 was one that I just couldn't stop reading. I know Dane, you told me Dane, you told me Into the Doorway. I put that more A tier, but it was a good chapter. S tier. I really enjoyed. Obviously, I enjoyed Road to the Spear and The Dedicated chapters 25 and 26. Those are definitely S tier.
Yeah.
Into the Heart was is borderline A or S. I haven't made up my mind yet, but it was a fun chapter. When Rand comes on the scene, then it gets crazy. The parent chapter, Hunter of Trollocs, where he gets wounded, really raises the stakes.
Banger.
Very, very good. Which one is the one? The Tinker Sword. The Breaking Storm was okay, but it was just like they took care of all the Trollocs. It was the first battle, but the Tinker Sword, dude, Tinker Sword.
Chapter. What chapter?
That's 45. So chapter 45,
like
the
the
Tinker's
end of
Sword.
it, when Rand really starts coming into his power, and you're like, okay.
I thought Hidden Faces was interesting because there was no, it was like the prologue, like it was covering characters outside of our main cast. So we get to see Jacob Carradine, because I was curious what was going on with Jacob Carradine, because we haven't seen him since the Dragon Reborn prologue. And I was curious, like, is he still being are they still murdering his family? And they are. He's not only that, he's like, hey, don't come after me, I still have some family. Take them, don't hurt me. Piece of shit. And then Leandrin comes and just bees Leandrin and just, hey, you're my dog now. Now woof for me, dog. So,
bitch.
Yeah. So I thought Hidden Faces was, I don't know if it was S, but it was I think that was another borderline. But like the parent stuff is my favorite. The Truth of the Viewing, which was the payoff, it was a payoff and it was foreshadowed. I think that's S tier too. I mean, especially I think it was better listening to it with Kate Redding. So the way Kate Redding says, they stilled me, that haunted me. Like I got like tingle, or not tingle, I got like goosebumps from the way she said it, because of just how the finality of it. It's so messed up.
Yeah, we just listened to that the other day, me and Max, man, and it is the way she delivers that. You're right, it is really cool. It's fucking rad. It does get
I agree. And I thought the Price of Departure, both Price of Departure and Golden Eyes are S tier.
The ones that we covered, the parent stuff we covered today, both S tier. Very, very well read, very well written.
Yeah, I really like these chapters because again, it's like the characters becoming like reactive to proactive. You see like what are their strengths, and even like you see Perrin start taking up like a leadership role, even though he doesn't want to. He's doing it, and then you see like Rand doing it over Rodin. He's figuring out his powers. He's going to kind of turn the tables on Lanfear a little bit, and then you see Matt like kind of realize again. I mean, this is the first time when he hears like the voices of dead military commanders in his head.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right. So Brian, I have a challenge for you that I think you should. Which is that you've now read 4 of these. You should go through by each chapter and give each chapter a grade.
I don't even think I could do that, babe.
Or at least do it for this book, because I have a theory, and I've asked 2 or 3 people to do this, and the conclusion is always interesting based on the GPA that each POV character gets.
I mean, I have to even remember what half these chapters are about.
Yeah, but it's a high point book.
It is a high point book for sure.
What do you mean? What do you mean high point book?
It's
this book. Perrin is fucking awesome in this.
Yeah.
Rand is fucking awesome in this. Matt doesn't get a whole lot, but he's kind of awesome in this. And even Nynaeve's parts where it's like, oh, she's kicking the shit out of Moghedien. Like she's awesome in it. All you have to do is bear in mind, like in later books, when characters aren't being so awesome.
Yeah.
It's probably deliberate, or like you can't have characters being awesome all the time. Otherwise, you'd just be like on crack.
So, all right, I'll give. I mean, I don't know if I can do the earlier stuff. But like Traps of Rhydian and Breaking in the Threefold Land was initially for me. I mean, I was initially disappointed, but once again, it wasn't because of anything that was in the chapter. It was based on my own, expectations. So initially, I was just like, like if I have to stop reading like a few times, it's like an automatic B for me. But with the discussion, this elevated both chapters to an A. So those 2 are an A. Golden Eyes is an S. Into the Deep is a C. Like this is supposed to be the final chapter of Tanchico. I'm just like, this is. They just go back to the hotel and. Hey, we're gonna throw shit in the sea. There you go. That's it. Into the Palace was fun. I think Into the Palace was like B, A or B. I was disappointed. That the terror of Tanchico, the evil of Tanchico, was we didn't pay off. So
it was jewelry.
I think Price of Departure was S tier with when Perrin gets married. I thought that was a great chapter. Need, I think
that's only because you don't know how that fucking marriage ends up.
Right.
Yeah, that's true, but I couldn't put it down. I was really
as a B in a reread.
Yeah.
Fail is fucking crazy. I'm sorry.
Okay, Whisker Fisherman, thanks for gifting a membership. So I have a Forsaken in my membership now. So what does that mean? Does that mean I have to disassociate from the memberships now? So
yep.
Sleep.
Do you guys hear a transmission? I think I hear a transmission right here. Everybody gets an initiation there. So welcome, Forsaken.
Wait,
I'm so excited for you, by the way, getting a new Beverly Hills Cop.
Actual evidence.
That's what that was.
I got more of a Bad Boys vibe from the trailer than.
I just thought Brian had to show a video of like 4 white dudes beating up a black dude.
Racist. Moving on.
Forsaken says he's too controversial to be a sponsor. So, all right, but I think Need. I think I would give an A. Revelations in Tanchico probably a B or C. Traps, which was with the drag car, I thought was an A because of
paid off, except for and the whiskey. You know what? Oh, fuck it. I'll give it an S. the Usquai. Pips here for you. Usquai.
God damn it.
Pips,
And Nathan.
Fucking
Airport
drunks.
beer.
We're a bunch of drunks.
I like how Brian is down on this book, and the lowest grade he's given a chapter is a B.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I mean,
Yeah, that's
I mean, this is not a bad book. It's just, it's just my interest. Like there's not a lot of things that have interested me that have kept me
guys,
reading.
I honestly can't wait for him to meet Val and Luca's grand marvelous traveling
The circus. I like the circus.
What are you talking about, Dane? That's Elaine's time to shine, mate. That's our favorite.
I know.
She gets her tight white pants
with sequins and like
feeling
rhinestones and
herself.
shit. Like it's gonna be great. Except I think Brian is gonna be like, why am I reading about Val and Luca's grand marvelous display of giant traveling wonders and shit?
Giant
Man,
traveling
everybody's different. Maybe
wonders
third man might love
circus.
it. You never know. Everybody's different.
Man, the only thing I'm going to say is you think you hate Val and Lucas Circus the first time, and then you get it the second time.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it this time around.
Oh, dude, like it just like Fires of Heaven has got a great ending to it where you're just like, fuck, now I know what Balefire does. Now I know all this shit, and it like all comes together, and you're like, fucking great. And then you forget about the 150 pages of Val and Luca's grand marvelous displays of traveling wonders and other shit.
Shoot me with your arrows, Brigitte. What am I ever going to do? Oh, sorry. It's it's
You find the fun in those parts. But all I'm saying is like, dude, if you had stretches of The Shadow Rising where you're just like, I didn't like this for pacing reasons, you're reading the wrong fucking series.
It's not that bad.
It's not.
They break it
bad.
up with some good Mad and some good Rand.
Well, that's the thing, Dane, because that was my chief concern. That's what I've been saying all along.
Well,
like if I'm not enjoying this, how am I going to enjoy?
Yeah.
But there were things I did enjoy in this. Like there were things I couldn't put it down, but I wish it would have been more consistent. That's just me, and this is a big book.
But what you're looking for from a developmental editing point of view, in terms of consistency, in terms of pacing, what I would say is if there are not slower chapters, you would not appreciate the faster chapters.
Well, it's not even fast. It's just building. It feels like there's nothing being built. Like I mean, I want some tension. I want to build to it's rising action.
Yeah, no, I get it. But in a 4.5 million word story, which is ultimately what this is, you can't have that all the time. It would just.
There could be developments. There could be a lot of things going on. I mean, there's supposed to be. I mean, I assume there's a lot of things going on.
There are,
but like I don't like. There are points where I don't feel the stakes are high. Like there are points where I don't feel like this is supposed to be high stakes. You're dealing with the end of the world, and there's villains, and I'm kind of disappointed in the Forsaken. Like the way the Forsaken were handled. I mean, I said this before. I told Nathan this a couple days ago. I miss Balsamon. I like the end of the Eye of the World. Like the Eye of the World, the end of the Eye of the World was awesome. I wish it would have built more to Agenor and Balthamo, but I liked their appearance.
So you get Robin in the next book, and Robin may be the most consistently good and evil of the Forsaken. Robin is awesome and awful.
Let's hear Lord Gabriel.
It's also we can't lie to him. The Forsaken are like shit at their jobs, mate. To be frank, like they are like the. They are shit at their jobs. They're not great villains, as in they're not great at being bad guys. Let's be honest. They're incompetent as fuck, and that's part of the story.
Yeah, but it's like a human thing. It's like some of them are like really good at doing a certain thing, but they always fall like prey to their like vices. It's like, and every one of them seems to represent a certain vice. And it's like, you like have like people you meet later, like Grendel, who's really into the lust aspect of it.
Not incompetent.
Like Robin is
Grendel is the only not incompetent one.
I think Ravine is pretty like competent.
Samael isn't.
But like, I mean, like,
Brian,
I hate to do a comparison, and you guys can. I know you guys are going to destroy me, but like, I felt there
No.
was more. I felt there was more rising action, even though it's half of a book. The Feast for Crows. Like I felt like there was more rising action there. Now it didn't really pay off because it's half of a book.
Happen.
Like there were things that were going on that were impactful. And I'm still waiting for a payoff. Like 2 decades later, you know, like things that still haven't followed through yet because of
Here's the
certain writer.
defense is that the payoffs eventually do come.
Yeah.
With Wheel of Time, like
yeah, I know.
And everything kind of gets there, but this is the broader critique that people should have about fantasy genre in general.
Oh, CLS Studio, some woman was looking for you here. We lied and said you weren't here. I don't know. If
It was Rosie's. It was Rosie's.
Rosie's stories.
Rosie's stories. Yeah.
And the issue with fantasy as a genre is that everybody, like all the good fantasy series we know about, is just all they did was write the good opening act. They wrote a good act 1. Even George R. R. Martin hasn't written a third act.
True. That's very true.
Like, tell me, Lortorial, can I interest you in some elvish murder porn?
The Wheel of Time, Robert Jordan never wrote the third act. He had it plotted out, but he died.
Yeah.
And Brandon Sanderson wrote the third act for him, which we'll split on this to the cows come home. I still maintain like he did a better job than we ever had right to.
Yeah, he did.
As a fandom.
To be fair, it is.
But would Jordan have written it better? Of course he would have. It was his own story. Would he have finished off all the like everything?
You know what? I'm just happy
Brandon
that we
on,
have it. I'm happy that
Yeah.
Brandon Sanderson wrote it. I'm happy that Christopher Tolkien wrote the Silmarillion.
Yeah.
It's a good story, and I'm glad it exists.
But here's the only reason why if ever on the Discord or whatnot I sound like I'm shitting on Brandon Sanderson. I cannot stand people who say Brandon Sanderson did the Wheel of Time better than Robert Jordan did.
Oh, that's just.
I don't think anybody says that.
No,
I
people do say that.
saw someone
People
who
do
said
say
it this morning.
People do say it. It's not true. Look, you guys know me and Aldan are both huge Sanderson fans. I mean, I like Sanderson a ton, right? But you're 100% right. It's Robert Jordan's story. Would he have written it better? 100%. 100%. There's not even a doubt.
Would he
Not
have
even
written
a
it in
doubt.
3 books? Probably not.
I'm not sure.
Would those books have
I'm not
come
sure
out
would
as quickly as they did? No fucking way.
No,
But
yeah, he probably. I don't see how it probably would have had to been 2 or I mean, his dream was to do one gigantic 2,000-page book or something like that.
It
Wasn't
would have been. It would have been 10,000 pages. If RJ
he wanted to like that. I thought I remember it being like he wanted just one gigantic freaking.
They need to make a machine. They need to make a binding machine that could do that because they can't do that.
To one final book after this last one, and then when I read Knife of Dreams, with being like, oh, okay, there's going to be a 12-book series, I was like, that was the reason I was disappointed with Knife of Dreams, was being like, nothing kind of got fixed here, and now they've got one book to do it all.
Dreams.
Left it all hanging. It's true. It's true.
I've heard nothing but good. I've heard nothing but like
it's a
top-
great
stuff,
great book,
especially from Nathan. Nathan's favorite book.
but it's not in the context of if you read it in 2005.
Yeah, not knowing what was coming next.
Thinking that only one more book was coming.
Yeah, you're sitting there going, all this stuff.
Then it was not a good book.
It's like, oh my god, the list of stuff that needs to
Well,
get.
all I
wrapped
can
up.
say is, are you excited for the Fires of Heaven, Brian?
Well, I read a couple pages, and I mean, Nathan told me it's. He's like, I'm concerned. Is the rest of the series gonna be like this? He's like, no, read Fires of Heaven, dude. He's like, takes
I
off.
loved all the books and I binge read them all. So
yeah,
I think pretty much unanimously, Fires of Heaven and Lord of Chaos are pretty much in everybody's top 5.
But so is this one. So that's the thing. You just got to read it without
Shadow Rising
expectations,
is not
without
in the
listening
top
to,
five.
without listening to us, new man. You just got to enjoy it
Right.
Your way at
Read
your
it
pace.
your way, yeah.
I just kept reading it. I'm like, where's the red chapters? Where's the matte chapters? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Brian,
I mean,
Brian, you get to a naive Elaine chapter. Try and find the funny shit if it's there about like the veils and the Sousa and the whatnot. Just like it's like
the chopsticks.
These chapters exist for a reason, but it's like a longer plot arc reason that takes several books.
And there's no
which is my roundabout way of saying Nynaeve doesn't get good until she basically gets laid.
She finds her
She's hilarious.
purpose.
Yeah, she's a pisser. I love her.
oh yeah, I forgot. Misdirections is definitely an S.
So, you read this faster than the other 4 books too, by the way. Just saying. Just saying.
What do you wait? No, I
I'm
didn't.
just looking.
It took me it took me 2.5 years to read this.
I'm looking. I'm just looking. I'm just saying, compared to the other stream releases, you got through Shadow Rising faster than the other 3 books. I'm just saying that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I was doing it every. I was doing it. I was well at the time. I was.
Let's give him the wiser clap. For
So
that.
no. I think my opinion of it is, yes, we all talked up Shadow Rising heavily. I think the more you get into it, the more you're going to realize a lot more went down, and the more things that start to evolve, the more you're going to look back and say, okay, I got it. So
Yeah,
but I think Al Dan's suggestion is the best thing. Don't.
I mean,
listen to
yeah,
what
I
we say,
tried
read it.
to. I mean, I tried to. The thing was, I just.
I
had to put the book down. I mean,
expectations are set. So it's like, it's better to just take Al Dan's advice, read it at your own pace, and form your own opinion. That's
yeah.
No,
So,
dude, we've talked about it. I know he was fine. He found a lot of it slow and was having trouble getting through some of it. So,
Are you going to keep reading, Brian?
yeah, I'm gonna keep reading.
Awesome.
I made an outro for that. So,
well, I'm just saying, and I think Dane's point is also very valid. They all can't be S tier. I know we all want them to be S tier, but
Yeah.
You can't write a book that's S tier every chapter because it would just basically.
Then there's no S tier.
There are a lot of moments.
Strap yourselves in and feel the G's, right? You need to have the lows to get the highs.
There are a lot of moments.
There's no happy without sad, right? And so this series is like really encapsulates that. The best that you will probably find out if you can get to the end, if you can get there, it is the best thing that you'll probably ever read if you can get there. But not everyone can, and it's okay. But you got to do it at your own pace. If you try and force yourself, you will put it down and give it away. So
I just think this could have been cut down a little bit. There's just just like I said, like there's a lot of stuff. Like if there was more, like conflict of the human heart, which is
Brian, this is what I'll say as someone who's read the series over and over. Is I'm kind of glad that stuff wasn't cut away.
Yeah,
because that's the stuff you can skim over on the first couple reads and be like, why was this included? But that's the stuff you dive into and you find those little nuggets like later and like
Slated Roofs and the Dragon Reborn.
No, what I'm talking, it's
kidding.
like the veil that Elaine huffs in that one.
Yeah, I like that.
Those are the little things, right? Where it's just like, why is there a whole fucking chapter about this? Where like they're just chatting in a bar and whatnot, but it's like you don't get it the first time around. Maybe okay, could get cut for brevity and okay, condense the storyline and just get me through to the ending of the plot. But that's the stuff that gets people reading this again and again, and why people like these characters, why people care about these characters. It's little shit like that, like a little bit of humor. Like it's told from Elaine's perspective. She doesn't know why she has trouble with all these fucking veils and why she breathes it in all the time. But because we've had Matt chapters and we've had other characters and like she sticks her chin in the air all the time, it's like, oh, wait a second. That's why. But
All right, all right. I get it. But I don't know. I just like I've read plenty. I just felt like this one was a little dry. I mean, there were good parts, but this was a little dry, and yeah, that's just it's unfortunately it's my least favorite of the four. So the top one is still the Great Hunt.
Correct.
Then the Eye of the World.
Correct.
Then the Dragon Reborn. Then this.
And then
because I mean, I think the ending has improved because of our discussion, but like the endings of all the other books are
yeah.
So okay, I'm gonna take a different tact in trying to convince you to keep it going and be enthusiastic with it. You've already read 2,500 word or 2,500
pages.
Yeah, 2,500 pages of the Wheel of Time. You've basically read Harry Potter now. I mean, you can't give up on a series you've read 2,500 pages of. You have to finish.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? Yeah,
You're only 10% of the way there.
You're right. You're right. All right, here we go.
Yeah, Dane. God damn it.
There it is. Fires of Heaven.
Damn, dude, you got some sexy books, by the way.
Yeah,
I know. I have just 4 books short of completing my collection. It's been like a year, and I just need to get the Sanderson books and New Spring, and I'm done. But I make a game of it for myself. I can only buy them at the used bookstore, and yeah. All right, Dave. We know they have the Everyman's book collection. Show us your Wheel of Time books. There you go.
Are they Are those hardcover?
The hardcovers. I'm doing the soft covers just because that's what I found.
Speaking of, do we have the where's that box?
Well,
we're saving stuff for our stream. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I feel like I'm about to get an upskirt shot. What's going on here?
Just kidding.
All right.
I don't think Alex wants my upskirt shot.
All right. All right.
Save it for the Only Ferns and the Antwives.
So once again, thanks you. I just have to say thanks for putting up with me. Thanks for putting up with me. It's been
Love you, bro.
it's been. I mean, I really enjoy doing these book club streams. I want to keep them going. But yeah, our discussions has improved my understanding of the Shadow Rising, and has raised my opinion of it.
Well,
so I don't hate the book. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of S chapters. So, but I think some of the chapters that are not S tier or that don't have the stuff still need to have that. Still need to have something interesting in it. And once again, that's a subjective thing. I get it. But yeah, I mean, there's certain things that make me tick, and I don't know. That's the kind of reason why, I hate to bring up Song of Ice and Fire again, but I couldn't put those books down.
Yeah, I get it, mate.
So, and same with it. I mean, I've read other. I mean, I've read King. I've read great book that I couldn't put down at all. Richard Adams' Watership Down. And that's about rabbits. It's a fantasy about rabbits.
When I was a little kid,
that book.
That's intense.
That book.
Everybody says it's about rabbits. It's not about rabbits.
It's not about rabbits.
It's about how communism sucks. Okay.
well, actually, fascism. But yeah.
No.
Is there a difference?
Well,
no.
The bad rabbits are basically the Nazis.
I get it.
So, but it was tense from start to finish. The author really nails it down. The rules and everything.
Yeah, and that's the thing, mate. Like the tension. I understand what you're saying, and you're not gonna the tension that comes with the Wheel of Time really comes as a culmination of the entire journey, and it really comes in at the end that it's only one of those things you can only really look back on in retrospect, to be honest, for that, and you feel that tension that it's been building that you don't even really know it's been building for 6-7 books. When it hits down, and that's when you go, oh shit. And
You're
that's
like,
why I
oh,
say,
yeah.
if you get there, it's the best thing, and because you can't tell someone, you can't explain it. It's just a thing that you've got to do, and you've got to get there. So like, if you got to skim stuff and skip stuff that's boring you as you go, fucking do it. Doesn't matter, right? But you just got to get there. And then, like Dane said before, mate, like on a reread, everyone's like this. On a reread, you you pick up all these other things and you read it in a completely different way than what you did the first time. I think everybody
Yeah.
has that.
I'm not sure if I'm gonna, Eldan. I'm not sure I'm gonna reread this. I mean, this
I know, but everybody
this
says
is
that.
the
Just like,
15. This
so
is
you know.
14 books, and these are
One thing
big
that I really
freaking books.
That's the fucked up thing about it. Is
Reading it-
basically it is the longest story kind of ever written. Like
One thing I appreciated from it was that like Robert
And
Jordan
people
was
read it
really good
twice
at the
or more.
structure. Is that every book you could read, it was very definitively this has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and you could enjoy it on its own. And that's what I really appreciated about it was the structure.
Okay, I mean, I'll say this: I did read *The Eye of the World* twice. I read it years ago for the first time, but even that first time, like it didn't really make me want to read more. It didn't make me. I mean, I enjoyed it, but it didn't make me want more. And that was, that was the reason why I didn't continue. And I read other stuff. And so I reading this. I'm reading the series again because of the friends I made here, and I'm enjoying doing this. So and I actually enjoyed *Eye of the World* a lot more the second time. And I was a little less, I was like Aldan said, I was trying to enjoy it for what it was, and there was tension, and there was consistent tension in that book.
Brian, we think if you didn't like TSR, or weren't over the moon with it, temper your expectations for the 5th book. The 6th book is a high point of the series. I think most people agree with that.
I've listened to videos, and I'm sure you guys are gonna all call bullshit, but a lot of people have said that the slog starts with the Lord of Chaos.
No, it doesn't start there.
Anybody that says that's full of shit.
Okay.
Like how does the slog start with Lord of Chaos? The slog starts whatever. If you can read them through, Path of Daggers and Crown of Swords aren't bad. There's some down points, but there's plenty going on. Like anybody says that Lord of Chaos is a slog is full of shit.
Yeah. And here's my thing. Anyone who says that any of these books is a slog when they've got the next one already published is also full of shit.
Because that was the weight. That was supposed to describe the weight for the next book.
Exactly. It was just basically like, okay, get
Crossroads
the next one, and now I gotta wait 2 years for the next one.
But
like that's what the whole internet term of the slog was. So like if you didn't have to wait years between books,
it doesn't count.
You can't. You're not allowed to call it the slog anymore.
Yeah,
it's a shibboleth.
Crossroads is the only one that feels longer than it is, at least for me.
But
I mean, but then you go into Winter's Heart and you're fine.
But no, Winter's Heart, Crossroads. Then you get.
Oh, sorry. I got backwards. My bad. My bad. You know what I meant. Knife of Dreams after Crossroads.
But you didn't have to. Brian doesn't have to wait 2.5 years to read the next one. That's my point.
It's all good.
But Brian, all I'm saying is, Aldan's right because I'm right. The lows accentuate the highs. And at the end of the day, the finale of the series, the finale, the message in it, the feeling you get in your heart when you really read an emotional chapter.
Yeah.
Even if the first, like the 20 preceding it, were kind of low and being like, "What's the point of this?" When you read
bickering, male female bickering, that's what's going to happen.
But Brian, when you read Veins of Gold, when you get there,
you'll cry,
and you'll feel like your life has changed.
Correct, because it does actually change,
and it won't. It wouldn't have had that impact on you without all the other. If every other chapter leading up to it was as powerful and impactful as that, it wouldn't have the impact that it does. So everything about this narratively, it does serve a purpose. when you have Nynaeve, who's an insufferable character, but
Yeah.
she turns into a favorite character by the end, that's done deliberately. So what a lot of people can't kind of grasp with the series is simply the immediacy of it. Robert Jordan had a longer game. So whenever you reach or feel that the series isn't paying off how you feel it should, please just trust that Robert Jordan had a longer game going on. He had a bigger perspective, and he did a masterful job, I think, at setting things up.
He did. 100%.
Absolutely. I
couldn't
completely
agree
agree.
more with what you just said. It's a thing that you have to experience. You can't be told.
Yeah, so keep reading, Brian, and we look forward to doing more book streams with you.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been 4.5 hours. We gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm so sorry, guys. It's midnight.
Yeah, I
Oh
probably
shit.
should do some
Fuck.
work, but-
Dude,
Okay.
guys, I'm sorry. It
Nope.
took forever.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
any quickly, anything you guys want to promote? We'll start with Profits Away. So Eldan, you have anything you want to promote?
Nah, mate, I'm good. Thanks for having me on. I enjoyed it. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Eldan.
You're welcome.
Dane, what about you? What about you? Any PowerPoint presentation videos or anything?
No, man.
For the White Cloaks?
Dude, I think I'm going to give up drinking for 2024, but at the same time, I also think we're going to
Like
I think we're
January
gonna.
2nd?
I think we're gonna do we're gonna do a rewatch of season 2.
Oh,
It's
do
gonna
we?
happen one day,
Yep.
and that's gonna suck.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's gonna suck, but you know what's not gonna suck is we're going to have a White Cloaks kind of Christmas party, and I kind of put a call out in our members chat on our Discord, and Alex is home this week, and you all are invited to come if you are a member of our at the White Cloaks YouTube thing with our subscribe star and stuff on our Discord. And you want to be on the stream, let me know. I'm going to be setting it up. We have some really exciting announcements coming up. I've been working hard on it. In fact, I was working on this before I jumped on the stream. So we'll have some cool things to announce. And then we also have some awesome, thank you to all of the people that have been supporting us while we're doing rewatches and stuff. Excuse me. And I'm working on a video to show you guys that. So hopefully we'll be doing a stream later on in the week. I just need to talk to him and talk to Dane. Wait, forever he is.
What I forgot, Lady. What days?
I am not sure what day we'll do it, but you can.
So I was gonna say I'm free Monday and Wednesday. Because I'm doing something on Thursday with Mags. I'm doing another thing on Friday. So
that's fine.
Cool. Maybe Wednesday.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right. What about? Okay. So all right. So for me, I mean, like I said, so I'm going to be on. I'm going to be doing a Thursday stream with Mags. We're going to be talking White Christmas. It'll be the final Christmas stream. And I'm doing my final chillporial for the year with my friend Marty, who I just hung out with yesterday. We're going to be talking Christmas. We're going to be talking, our Christmas. Just be chatting about Christmas and stuff. So it'll be fun. Come on by for that. And then I think after that, it's just going to be, it's going to be holiday. It's going to be a holiday for everybody. And I wish everyone a Merry Christmas if I don't see you. So everybody, thanks for being here. It was a great discussion. Great it's great discussing the Shadow Rising. I have not given up on the series. I don't hate the Shadow Rising. I think there was a lot of great chapters in it. It was just frustrating for me at first for subjective reasons, and that's pretty much.
Those reasons aren't going away, but we're just saying they have a purpose.
They're worth
it. Yeah, exactly. So other than everybody, let's actually no, I shouldn't even say. Are we gonna continue the series? Are we gonna continue the book, the book porial or whatever the fuck I call it? Let's take a look right here.